Just gotta post on Discord. It's possible, Andrew. It's possible. Hello, Gary Clark. And thank you, Zombie. Thank you very much for the resub. 18 months. I collect vintage Pokemon cards, but I don't collect sealed things. I don't collect any Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't collect any Magic, and I don't collect Digimon. Thanks, Noah. Thank you for the big 5 years. Getting yourself that final doorknob. Thank you so much for the half a decade of support. Hello, Daniel. I have a card game channel if you're unaware of it, robotic person. It's just PeteDorr TCG. That's the URL, so same thing as this channel, just tack on TCG at the end. Haven't posted much on there lately, though. It's been so busy. Yeah, so my thing that I use for looking at my notifications is like broken. So if I miss anything on YouTube, just let me know. Like if somebody joins as a member, super chat, anything like that, just in case I don't notice it right away, just let me know. Until I get it fixed, I don't know what's wrong with it. It's like not detecting my YouTube stuff. It's crazy that a lot like this goes for so much money now. These kind of games back in the day were like, you'd spend like 40 bucks on this whole lot maybe. Let's see what this goes for. If anybody snipes more. Yeah, it's kind of why I've been on a bit of a hiatus with a lot of trading card stuff. It's getting kind of crazy. Especially Pokemon is ridiculous. Do I have a Super NT? I do, yes. Analog is not the kind of company to re-release things. Like, the demand for their console as MVS is through the roof, but they've never re-released it. So I wouldn't count on it. That's the first thing they ever made as well. Ooh, someone came in with that $5 snipe at the end. I'm excited for Pokemon Leaf Green, Fire Red. Yeah, I was like very close to trying to track down a copy of that too. So this comes at a really good time, honestly. I mean, it's Nintendo, right? Of course we'd all want them to charge $10 for it, but that's not going to happen. When these games are on Nintendo Switch Online, people complain that they don't own them because they're just tied to a subscription service. And now that they finally released them so that you can own them, they complain that they're not on Switch Online and that they're $20. It's like, I don't know. Gotta take one or the other, you know? Personally, I mean, it'll be fun. I'm not sure if I'll be playing that day one when it comes out. But it'll be a good alternative for Fire Red, Leaf Green. Of course, those games having online interaction would have been nice. Hello, Overbit. $20 is reasonable. It could have been $30. Could have been worse. You know, you got to keep in mind, the same people that are complaining that Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green is $20 are probably the same people that are spending $20 for one pack of Pokemon cards and getting 5 cents of value when they open it. Hailhaven, thanks so much. Thanks for the 10 months. You know, people complain about the preservation of games and everything. Here's Nintendo releasing this game in official capacity. Now, of course, releasing it as a physical cartridge, that's kind of... That would be nice. That would be nice. I think people would definitely... Say they put Fire Red and Leaf Green as a dual pack. $40 physical, or maybe even $50 physical. People would eat that up. Of course, that's the best form to preserve it. Who knows? Maybe it'll come. I would have bought that. But whatever. I mean, people that don't want to play the $20 official emulated version on the Switch, there's always the physical cart. They can just keep emulating it. Yeah, there's a lot of options. This is just a new option. I think people are underestimating the power of releasing a Pokemon game like that in official capacity. Everybody's like, well, just emulate it. Well, guess what? Pokemon is so big, so many casual people play it that the majority of them, a lot of them probably don't even know what emulation is. So this game's going to sell like crazy no matter what. The audience is just so large. And even people that know how to emulate, a lot of them are just going to be like, man, I can't be bothered with that. Pokemon is like super casual focused. So this is going to reach a whole bunch of people. You know how many people are going to be shocked that don't follow gaming news? They turn on their Switch one day and they open up the eShop and it says Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green now available. They're going to buy it instantly. They ain't going to be like, oh shoot, let me go boot up my emulator instead. Or figure out how to do that. They're just going to buy it. Nintendo knows it. I don't think $20 is that bad. Did we really expect this game to be $10? I don't think so. I think 20 is pretty reasonable for an official digital release of something like that. In a time where Nintendo's charging $70 for games, I mean, $20 for a Pokemon game isn't terrible. Speaking of weird pricing, though, let me call out something dumb that Nintendo has. Like, I just don't understand it. So Xenoblade Chronicles X has finally been released for Switch 2. We knew it was coming. I was waiting for that to happen. I'm excited for it. I was holding off on playing the Switch Definitive version because I knew the Switch 2 version would eventually come. So if you have the physical cart for Switch 1, you can pay the $5 to upgrade, which apparently has a lot of problems, by the way. It's got some weird issues. And Nintendo is actually like refunding you if you complain about it, believe it or not. So they're aware of it. But anyway, that's not the point I'm trying to make here. If you go onto the Switch eShop to buy Xenoblade Chronicles X, the Switch 1 version, digitally, it's $40. And then you pay $5 to upgrade, and that gives you exactly what everybody else gets if they get the Switch 2 version. That's $45 total. But if you go onto the eShop and you buy the specifically the Switch 2 digital version, it's $65. Both of them get you the exact same thing. It's like, man, who thinks of this stuff? Why not just make Xenoblade Chronicles 2 Switch 2 digital edition $45? I guess their thing is like, well, the physical's going to be $60 or whatever. Okay, so let the physical be $60. Why is there a $20 difference between the two same things on the eShop? It's crazy. Have I played Streak? I don't think I played Streak. No, I think I have it though. Save states and being able to rewind and such for Pokemon. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Nintendo Switch Online stuff. If they would have been on Nintendo Switch Online, would that have incorporated online multiplayer? In which case, yeah, that would probably be problematic if it's going to have online multiplayer and people are able to save state and rewind and, like, kind of save scum with a competitive scene. With raising Pokemon. I don't know. Personally, I'm happy they're not on Nintendo Switch Online. If I'm going to buy a digital game, I want some form of ownership. And I know digital purchasing is not like 100% ownership. But I want to feel like I own that digital game. I don't want to be entitled to a subscription service. Hello, Nick G. It is doing a lot better, thank you. Oh, did I not update the title? You're right. Thank you, Epic. Let's see what we can do here real quick. Technically, yes, but they can't let you save scum and rewind. Yeah. You notice this issue on PlayStation as well. Fallout 4 Game of the Year is $10, or you buy the game for $5 and the DLC for $10. Yeah, it's pretty weird, isn't it? Thank you, Kino. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, I caught that one. It's a little harder for... Oh, no, wait. It's showing up now. It's fixed. Okay, so I can see YouTube notifications again. Thank you very much for becoming a member. But, you know, forget about Pokemon. I think the bigger news is that crazy shakeup at Xbox. What the heck you guys think about that? That was pretty shocking. I'm gonna give you my honest take on this though. Xbox has been on the downturn for me for a long time now. I haven't felt connected to the Xbox brand like I used to. You know, just because they're so... it's just so different now ever since Xbox One days. I think it needs a shakeup. I think it really does. And I'm in a wait and see kind of state here. You know, having a new CEO in place that has no experience at Xbox before whatsoever. I mean, maybe that's what it needs. I don't know. I'm ready to be surprised. You never freaking know. Is it gonna be bad? It's probably gonna be really bad. But maybe Xbox needs something completely crazy out of left field. You know, it's a little bit scary about like some head of the AI division of Microsoft now being the head of Xbox. Wait and see what happens. Yes. Let's just be thankful we still have PlayStation and Nintendo. Xbox is certainly in an interesting place right now. Yeah, and then the Bluepoint thing. Crazy week. Some interesting things happening in the gaming world this week. Yeah, that's what I believe. That's what a lot of people believed. Xbox is going to become a service for sure. But who knows? I mean, maybe that's what they were pushing for pre-shakeup. Now maybe they're going to go a different direction. We'll see. Your biggest shock wasn't Phil Spencer retiring, but Sarah Bond resigning. Yeah, that was but also her receiving almost no acknowledgement from I forget the guy's name that runs Microsoft. No acknowledgement whatsoever. I mean, she should have been the superseding one of Phil Spencer, but If they weren't happy with the way Xbox was going, why would they let her take his place if she was like partially responsible for, I guess, their feeling for needing to replace them in the first place? They probably offered her a lower position and she was like, no, I'm out. Because that's kind of a slap in the face, right? Like, she was definitely being set up for coming after Phil Spencer. Interesting times. Interesting times. On lighter news, Zelda's 40th birthday. Oh, is that today? What's my favorite Zelda memory? It would probably be between playing Zelda literally for the first time in my grandmother's basement. When I was younger, I didn't have an NES. My grandparents... I was pretty fortunate in that one grandparent's house had the Sega Genesis, and then the other grandparent's house had an NES. So every time I went to one grandparent's house, because I didn't have an NES at home, I can play the NES, and then at the other grandparent's house, at the time I didn't have the Genesis, eventually got one not too long after that. But probably just honestly going in that basement and playing Zelda for the very first time on NES. Before I even knew what it was, I looked through the manual before I played the game, and I thought it was like the coolest manual of all time. Isn't that the ideal way to play Zelda 1, is having no idea what you're about to play and then playing it? Other than that, it's probably getting Ocarina of Time on release date, which was my birthday, right? The release date for that was November 23rd. Come out on my birthday, and I went to a store that had one single copy left. One copy, and I got the final copy. Thought I wasn't going to get it. This is complete. This is a pretty nice price for Legend Dragoon. Not complete. A little scratchy. Zelda manual had a mini walkthrough though. Yeah, I don't remember specifically. I just remember looking at the artwork. I loved manuals artwork. Final Fantasy manuals are like Bibles. I used to study those things. It really felt like you had an art book / strategy guide / like compendium in just a single PS1 RPG manual. I used to bring them to school with me. I used to bring like my Final Fantasy VII manual to school just so I can look through it. It's crazy. Speaking of which, because it happens every eBay stream, here's some Final Fantasy games. $66. That's a pretty good price. Our first foot of the night. How's their toe fungus doing? That's a really small nail. Look at that. I don't know, that one there in the middle is kind of suspect looking. I'll link it though. It's actually a pretty good price for that many Final Fantasy games right now. Did it not post that in Twitch chat? I gotta... Wait, what the heck? I can't... Why is it not posting in... What is with my chatbot tonight? This is so weird. It doesn't... Hold on, I gotta reload my chatbot. Okay, I think it's fixed now. Let me post that for Twitch. Now it's like frozen. There we go. Well, whatever. I can't post that one in Twitch for whatever reason. Yeah, there's another blizzard coming. Just as the snow is melting. Pain in the butt. Getting tired of this snow. I'm ready for the spring. I'm definitely ready for the spring. For sure. I'm excited to play Pokemon Go again. I'm excited for warmer weather. Yeah. The snow finally melted and now there's about to be a... apparently... like... huge snow... like the biggest snowstorm in like 8 years or some craziness for me. That's not going to be fun. At least I get out of jury duty for a day, probably. And then I got to drive into it, so even if the roads suck, I'm still going to have to drive in that. Thanks, Mankilla. Thanks for the 3 years. Really, really appreciate it. Congrats on getting yourself a door face knob. And there's Embalm coming through as always with the very generous super chat. Thanks, Embalms. What do I think of Chrono Cross? Man, it's so interesting that you asked that because I've actually been watching just like some random guy I was watching was streaming that. And I hadn't watched Chrono Cross in a long time. And I was watching him play it and I was like, he was very knowledgeable about the game at the time. And I was just asking like, how do you pick what characters you want to play as? Because that was always my dilemma with Chrono Cross. I loved everything about that game. The music, the graphics, the story that I played. It was really cool, but like 45 characters. One playthrough you get like, what, 35 characters at the most? How the heck do you pick 3 characters? And one of them has to be Surge. So you have 2 flexible character spots for 35 characters. That's really hard for me to handle that. I don't know about you guys. If I'm going to have a 3-person party in an RPG where one of the slots is locked, it had better be no more than like 10 characters. I've just always been so overwhelmed by that choice. And that's the one thing that really holds me back from Chrono Cross. But yeah, when I used to play that game... because who didn't buy that game when it released, right? Like, you pretty much bought Chrono Cross when it came out. Especially after GameSpot's 10 out of 10 review, which at the time they almost never gave 10s to anything. So if you weren't buying that game after seeing the 10, back when GameSpot was reputable, so I don't know what to tell you. Everybody bought that game. I used to blast the intro cutscene every time I played the game. I never skipped that intro cutscene loading up to the main menu. Had to listen to that every time. Well, yeah, I don't mind an RPG if that has a ton of characters, as long as you can bring a lot of them into the party for more customization. It's just that 3-person party, that's rough. Essentially two. Two. Because you only have 2 flex spots. It's a bunch of Dragon Quest games. It's actually a nice lot. Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined, 3 HD Remake, 1 and 2 HD Remake, Romancing Saga 2, Final Fantasy 16, Trials Through Daybreak 2, Tales of Xillia. I love how they just call this a lot of 7 PS5 games. Their title could hit so many more keywords. I'll link the seller. You could get a potential good deal here since their title's so bad. JRPG recommendations for people with minimal experience with them. I still feel like my very old video I made like 15 years ago talking about so you want to get into RPGs is still very relevant in that respect. But now that I have a lot of new perspective all these years later, I would honestly say the best bet, your top 3 best bets to like see if you like the genre but get the best of both worlds in terms of like, it's not something too specialized. It's not like I'd be like, all right, go play Etri and Odyssey, because that is not for everybody. I would say Final Fantasy X, Chrono Trigger, and I'm trying to think of one that would be like if you don't like it, you're probably not gonna like RPGs kind of thing. Like I don't, when I say don't like, I mean like you really hate it, right? Like you just nobody hates Chrono Trigger. Nobody. Okay, maybe some people do hate Final Fantasy X. But nobody hates Chrono Trigger, right? Like, you may not like it. You may be like, man, this game's overrated. But nobody outright hates it. Nah, I was going to say Persona. But Persona is very... It's a very peculiar system in an RPG with all the social stuff. I don't think that's a good introduction. Let's see. So I recommended one from PS2, one from Super Nintendo. Let's recommend something from a different system. Well, I guess we haven't done PS1 technically, but I don't want to do another Final Fantasy game. It's like I was going to recommend Phantasy Star, but man, even Phantasy Star... that could be rough. Yeah, I'm actually, yeah, that's a good, I like that idea. Mario RPG or Paper Mario 1. Those are 2 great recommendations. The thing that I like about both of those Mario games is it's something that people are typically already familiar with, so it's easy to get into the universe and the characters because you're already familiar with them. And then that lets you see if you like how RPGs play. Because of the gameplay. Personally, I think Final Fantasy X is the perfect game to sample first. Because it's got everything. It doesn't set your expectations too high because the world is fairly linear. It's not like some giant open world RPG. Like the structure of 10 is actually very similar to old school RPGs. You've got the amazing music, you got the amazing story, amazing characters, true turn-based battles. So it really is like everything that you'd want to be hitting to see if you like the genre. Yeah, well, the only thing you may not like is Blitzball. I'm not a fan of Blitzball. Is the story easy to get into in 10? It's very easy. It's not super convoluted like some other Final Fantasy games. The quest laid before you is very clear. Like, it is very straightforward as to what is going on in that game. Man, I had the speedrun 10 and I had to learn how to play Blitzball perfectly. I still hate it. I hate it. I can't stand Blitzball. That's one of the things that honestly holds me back from doing more speedruns of that game. I just hate Blitzball. Only hardcore Super Nintendo collectors, I guess, apply for this one. Honestly, if I bought that, I would not... I wouldn't even want that sealed. I'd want that opened. So you can actually appreciate what's inside. Well, the grid system is one of the reasons I initially... hello, SCJ. It was one of the reasons I initially did not like Final Fantasy X. I didn't like the non-conventional leveling system. But these days I can see the genius behind it. Especially after learning the speedrun. Just being able to stack strength on Yuna and see how she's able to whack people with her pole and do like extreme amounts of damage. Like those kind of custom builds, if you're able to kind of like finagle around the grid system, are super fascinating. Well, I don't know much about the differences between the versions of the Spear Grid. I'm not like that versed in it. When I did speedruns, I was only doing the HD version. That was it. Earthbound? I don't think Earthbound's overrated. Not at all. There's a lot of Earthbound likes now, so I feel like it's easier to feel like Earthbound maybe now is a bit diluted because there's so many games that kind of like elicit that same real-world RPG feeling. But that game for its time really was nothing else like it out there. The only RPG I ever played that kind of like nailed the feeling of this is an adventure you can be having with your friends like in real life kind of thing. Just kind of venturing around neighborhoods and everything. It just always had a very unique feel to it. Personally, I didn't like Earthbound when the first time I played it. But I came back around to it years later. Yeah, funny enough, that was the one game I ever tried to emulate on my old Dell laptop. It was too rare, too expensive to find. I couldn't find a copy of that game back in the day. So I'm like, alright, time to learn how to do ZSNES. I emulated the game, and I did not like it. But I only played it for like half an hour. Came back to it years later, though, because people wouldn't shut up about Earthbound. So I'm like, alright, we got to give this another chance. It's another RPG I got to revisit one of these days. I haven't played it pretty much since I picked it up on Super Nintendo. Let me tell you, it was a good time for me to get into Earthbound when I did. Because back then the game was still affordable. US version, yeah, US version is kind of restrictive, but if you're really knowledgeable with the grid spear, you can definitely like move characters around to different places. It's just really hard to know how to do that without a guide. Takes some very specific spears, like teleporting and all kinds of craziness. Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey. Yeah, those are good ones. Lost Odyssey is probably a really good one to see if you're into it too. I don't remember what I paid for Earthbound, honestly, but it's probably in the realm of $200 to $300 for the whole thing with the strategy guide and everything. I honestly don't remember, but it wasn't what it is now. Gotta pay what it's worth now. No, not unless I was an Earthbound super fan. Because the physical of that is awesome. The strategy guide, whatever, like, it's definitely the coolest strategy guide out there. Hello, Matt. Just give me a second. Just remembering to pause all these streams that are going at the same time here. Yeah, we talked about the whole new Pokemon thing at the start of the stream, so I'm not going to go into it again. But we should just be happy that they're making Pokemon Fire Red Leaf Green easily accessible again if in an official capacity. I'm just glad that we can have some form of ownership over those rather than have them tied to a subscription service. I was getting kind of tired of everything being on Nintendo Switch Online. I wish they'd release things officially more often, like not having to be subscribed to them. I'm super excited because I have never played Fire Red Leaf Green. I honestly don't know why. That seems like an obvious thing that I should have played back in the day. I can't even explain it. I'm not really sure. I bought all the other Pokemon games. I'm not sure whatever happened. There must have been... I must have been super... What year did that come out? I must have been playing something. I must have been playing SOCOM or Final Fantasy. For me to ignore something like that, it had to be something big. Final Fantasy 11 or something. So I'm excited for it. I've never done those games before. And I'm sure I'm gonna love it because Generation 1 is my favorite. Didn't they come out around the same time as Ruby Sapphire? Yeah, I'm not sure. It's good because I was very close to trying to buy a official copy of Fire Red Leaf Green. The one thing that held me back was I was like, man, this is gonna be... You got to make sure the card is real. Then you got to make sure the battery works. Then you got to make sure it's a good deal because they're expensive as hell. I'm so glad that I procrastinated on that for so long. a good price for this. Anybody collect Neo Geo Pocket Color Bust a Move Pocket over in an hour, $5, $10 shipping. Good condition. Not sure what this normally goes for. It's not it's one of the more common games. I'd imagine it's probably somewhere in the $40 to $60 range, if I had to imagine. Nothing crazy. But it certainly ain't a $10 game, I'll tell you that. $5. They got some other... Carnage is terrible cover, but a good game. $8 really good for that. Combined shipping with the seller may go pretty far. $10 for Star Wars Episode 3. Belisara sealed. This is a pretty rare game. White cover variant of Peggle DualShock. Man, people are crazy with that stuff. Anyway, they seem to have some really obscure things. I'll link it. Yeah, that's... Your stream got paused somehow. Yeah, always make sure if you're watching on YouTube that you click the live thing, so that way it's caught up, otherwise you could be behind. It's funny, because sometimes I see people's chat messages and I'm like, oh yeah, they're definitely behind. Because they're responding to something we talked about like 20 minutes ago, and I still respond to them, but eventually people will pay closer attention to the live thing. I have never figured out my top 5 games, let alone top 10 games, but Eco would still be my number 1. Thank you, Amangu. Thanks, Rogelio. You got the 8-bit Link amiibo with the cross shield. Can't click on the eBay link on Mobile Kick. It's all about that browser life. It's interesting they don't let you click on it, huh? And I think Nintendo Peak. Well, I mean, for me, most people would probably say Super Nintendo, right? But for me, I just think more of what did I enjoy more for myself when I was younger. What was my personal peak for Nintendo? My personal peak, I was loving the N64 in the early days of GameCube. So that time period between N64 and GameCube was probably my favorite. Ends in 1 hour. Not a terrible lot. $125, 25 games. $5 a game. It's not, I mean, if you break it down on a game-by-game basis, it's a pretty good deal. Free shipping. Multiple, like, $30+ games in here. Being, of course, like Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy, even though it's greatest hits, that can easily be $30, $40 still. Crash Bandicoot. And a lot of the other VR missions is like 20, 25. A A lot of these other games do fall into that $10 to $20 range. So there's actually a lot of value in there. They have multiple lots. Check them out. That seems like a good deal regardless. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with book prices. That sounds like a nightmare to ship though. My goodness, so much must be heavy. This one's 211. I guess because it has Contra, Xenoblade 2, and Ape Escape. I think Ape Escape is the #1 thing here driving the price. Yeah, the Japanese. I have a few Japanese strategy guides, and yeah, they're pretty amazing. Sometimes I buy a Japanese strategy guide when I go to play a Japanese RPG, because there's no other resource out there for the game. When I went to play Boundary Gate on PS1, which also has a PCFX version, there were no guides out there for the game to get through it, so I literally bought the strategy guide from Japan so that I could at least like see the maps and stuff, or whatever the heck info it gave me. Stats on items and whatever the heck. It was useful. Sometimes for those really obscure games, you gotta take what's out there. That was a cool game too. I play that again sometime. Fun game. A little on the easy side though. Hello, Geometry. Oh my god, are they back? Is this the same person from... It totally is. Man, what a shock that nobody bought this copy of Call of Duty. While it's resting on someone's hairy thigh with a stain on the underwear. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, we're playing Sniper Elite ourselves. We're zooming in, we're looking for the headshot. Boom, there it is. Right on target. The craziest thing is... Oh, if you want to buy any clothes from this person, I would not recommend it. Craziest thing is that's like one of their only photos like that too. I don't know what this book is propped up on. Just use your imagination. Something's holding it up. Oh my god. It really wouldn't be that bad though if the stain wasn't there. You know what I mean? It's like that just brings it full circle. But if you ever need a seller where you can buy lingerie and video games at the same time, Bigos_38's got you covered. Used lingerie, to be clear. Imagine that seller's reaction if somebody bought one of their games but also ordered a pair of used underwear to go with it. That's probably a very interesting packing experience. Just like wrap the game in the underwear, you know? Hey, 2 birds with 1 stone. Speaking of which, imagine they sold this game. Now, if they sold this game and someone bought some underwear, I'd be alerting authorities. This game is banned on Twitch, by the way. You can't stream this game. I think it's this one. I think all Criminals Girls games, honestly. Unless it's the first one. I don't even know. I don't know. It's a terrible game. You should never play it. Like, just, it's a bad RPG. I don't know if this was like a second version that was censored. I have no idea. Oh, this was an employee copy. Yeah, I can't even say why it's banned because then YouTube will flag me. But let's just say there's some interesting touchscreen mini games in that on the Vita. My 40K collection, nothing. Yeah, I don't do anything with 40K. It's probably a good thing. That seems like a pretty deep hole to get yourself into if you get into painting Warhammer miniatures. Sounds like a fun hobby though, honestly. Like if I were to pick up another hobby, painting miniatures doesn't sound like a bad idea. You're just into the books and the lore, yeah. The only time I was really ever exposed to the lore of Warhammer is when I streamed Space Marine 2. And people were like trying to catch me up with all the lore. It sounded crazy. Sounds, you know, some very fascinating lore in that series. I like Space Marine 2. Yeah, I really enjoyed what I played of that. I was just dabbling into the online multiplayer for that too, and that seemed really cool. I didn't commit too long to it though. But it was fun. I mean, it really felt like I was just playing a 360 PS3 action game with just better graphics. I would have enjoyed it a lot more had I known more about Warhammer. And all the lore surrounding it, but it was still a fun game. Alright, let's change up the search. We'll come back to auctions later. Did I buy Quarry in the House? No. I don't buy meme games. I'll let other people waste their money on that kind of stuff. Especially not while that game is at peak pricing. What am I looking for? Oh, we're just going through the usual searches that I do every week. I always start my streams by searching ending scene auction, scroll that until it gets about an hour out from when they end. And then I look up lot, and then I look up rare, and then I look up whatever comes to mind. It's typically the order of things I do. Am I a Disney fan? Depends. I mean, Disney nowadays, no, not really, especially what they've done to things like Star Wars. But I was a big Disney fan when I was younger. I had all the VHS, all the movies. Fantasia was my favorite as a kid. But I'd pretty much seen most of the, like, the classic Disney films back then. Nowadays, I wouldn't really say I'm a Disney fan. $100. The title is telling me it's over $150 in value. I really don't like when titles do that. However, due to games like Spyro the Dragon, that's pumping this up big time, as well as Grand Theft Auto 2. I think 150 is pushing it, though. They're definitely looking at price charting and just tallying everything together. They received a negative feedback. Annullamento, Richiesto, Prima della Spediazione e Nessun, Tracking Ma Mia, Splogato dal Venditore, Esperanza Negativa. Customer's always right. Customer's always right. I have no idea what I just read. $180. I mean, delusional people still do exist in this world. And eBay sometimes is proof of that. Ooh, nice Sonic lot. It's important to remember that games like Sonic are not as cheap as you think anymore. Same thing for like the Lion King. Lion King is like a $30 game now, complete in bucks. Sonic 1, even though it's not for resale, easily still 30 bucks. Can you get it for cheaper? Yeah, but like average price for Sonic 1, $20 to $30. Potentially even more if you find the right buyer and your copy's in really good condition. Same thing for all these other Sonics. They're way more than you think they are. This is actually like a really nice lot. They're all complete, all seemingly in decent shape, except for this one's a little beat up around the edges. But like if you're looking to knock out most Sonic games complete in box on the Genesis, oh. Well, I guess not including Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. It's not terrible. Forgetting everything. $17 shipping though. I'll link this seller. That's pretty reasonable, honestly, in my opinion, for all the Sonic games. Most, you know, you're still missing like the compilation one. It's reasonable. Your nephew turned 15, gave him Dead Space 1 and 2 on the 360. He enjoys the older games. Well, that's good. It's important to keep the older games in the minds of the younger kids these days. And starting them with some Dead Space, boy, that's... He ain't gonna be scared of no horror movies or horror games later in life, that's for sure. If we get through Dead Space. Check your games. If you could just like put an item number for one of your things or something. I always struggle to find people by their username on here. Like it would be nice if I could just search your name and you pop up, but you don't. This actually isn't that bad considering Metropolis Mania is like a $20 game. And that's a pretty decently weird game too. Reckless I've heard good things about. Hitman Gran Turismo 3, Sonic Collection Plus, and Greatest Hits of Prince of Persia. If you for whatever reason wanted a few of these games in addition to Metropolis Mania, it's not terrible. But you'd pretty much have to want Metropolis Mania for this to be worth it. No manual. It's another good game. Route 66, King Route 66. Super arcadey, fun. What's the next platinum? Yeah, I have no idea. Oh wow, I can't copy that number? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna do it over here. Guess because that's not a browser. Disappointed, Norg. We're not seeing any hairy legs, feet. What else are people doing these days? Let's see. Thinning out the loose disc collection. Laminated. How did you end up with laminated artwork? Is this actually laminated? Oh, it looks like it is, right? You can see it a little bit there. Hoop button Chinese shirt. $1, come on now. You just gotta wait for the right buyer. You could easily charge $2 for that. Well, I wish you luck in your cells. I heard the Scourge game is actually pretty interesting. I haven't played that. I'll link your store for you, Nork. Scourge Hive is on Switch now. Oh, did they port it there? I do kind of remember hearing that not that long ago. I have the, isn't that on like Game Boy Advance too? I could swear I have that game on Game Boy Advance. They didn't pause it for you, Trekkie. I guess sometimes letting like a VOD play for 5 minutes or something helps preserve it. Oh, this is a nice slot. 3 amazing games. Ray Tracer, Speed Punks, and Rage Racer. Speaking of which, Rave Racer should be out soon. That'll be fun. Can't wait to compete in the online leaderboard for that. I'd say this is a pretty good... This is a pretty fair... I've looked at a lot of stuff from this video game domain person. I think their prices are very fair. They're a good seller. Yeah, and they make interesting listings. Combos of games and stuff. I like the seller. I have no problem promoting a seller that takes good pictures, has fair pricing, free shipping, and interesting lots. Need more sellers like that. Hello, Astia. 25 360 games. $35. What could possibly go wrong with a listing like that? Sure, it's going to be loaded with a bunch of... I'm going to be honest, though, the game selection is actually slightly better than I thought it was going to be for that price. Could have been more sports. And there's somehow a copy of Twisted Metal Small Brawl kind of just, like, chilling in there. So if this could potentially be a pretty nice deal. If that's a disc-only copy of Small Brawl, the disc-only of that is... I mean, that's got to be worth, like, $20, $25 at the minimum. That game used to be $100 a few years ago. It has come down in price though. But yeah, it's kind of hidden there. You can barely see it, but there it is right there. If you're going to assume it actually comes with the disc in that case. Oh, that's a nice 360 lot. Just a nice... Oh, it's sold already. I knew it was too good to be true. Yes, video game domain. They accepted an offer. That was a good bundle. Some good games. Looks like Fear games have come down in price a little bit. They were getting pretty high there for a bit. So I remember I tried to get Fear like last October, and I'm like, let's wait a little bit. Prices were a little higher than normal. I remember reading a question about October. I scrolled back up. Rogaza. Did I recall you doing Dead Space 1 October? Yes, I did. I did play the Dead Space remake. That wasn't this past October, right? Or was it the October before? I can't even keep track anymore. I don't even remember. They blend together. I think that was the previous October. I used to play fighting games. And then I quit. Yeah, I liked it when fighting games were casually competitive. Street Fighter 4 changed things. It got a little too much for me to keep up with at that point. That's pretty much when I fell out of the genre. The last game that I tried, the last game that I bought at full price was the Persona 4 fighting game, Arena. And then that's when I found out fighting games like that are just not for me anymore. At least not to, like, buy full price when they first come out. There's too much stuff going on with fighting games these days. I don't want to have to dedicate hours upon hours to learn how to use one character and then learn all the other characters because you gotta know how to counter them. Like, that's my thing. So, I like playing fighting games. I just like playing old, janky, busted, hilarious fighting games. The worse it is, the better. Because then at least I could laugh at the game. Oh look, there it is, Persona 4 Arena. See? They always do that to me. Yeah, but the problem with Street Fighter 4 was that one kind of like revived the fighting genre. I don't know if any of you remember. Fighting games were kind of dying. Street Fighter 4 revived the entire genre. People started taking fighting games way more seriously on a competitive side when that came out, especially with the online multiplayer. I just wasn't into it. It just wasn't my thing. I just wasn't feeling the grind of learning moves. I may have dabbled in Ultra Vortec a long time ago. Can't remember. Street Fighter's always been competitive. It's just never been mainstream competitive, if that makes sense. Street Fighter 4 really brought fighting games to the mainstream, and I just didn't want to get involved in that whole side of things. Because I get very competitive with games. I just don't like fighting game competitive. I get very competitive in other genres. So if I got competitive in fighting games, I just didn't enjoy the grind of learning characters. It's just not my thing. You guys should be thankful I don't play fighting games, because then all I'd probably stream is fighting games. That seems to be the case of people that get into fighting games. They play a lot of fighting games. Like, I'm so out of fighting games at this point, I don't even buy Smash Brothers games anymore. I'm pretty on break from that genre. But give me a really terrible, like, import PS1 fighting game that looks like the characters are like stick figures that have hilarious animations. I play it all day. Power Stone? Power Stone's a little different. Well, I prefer Power Stone 2, to be clear. It's more of a party game. I would have really gotten into the Power Stone stuff on that Capcom collection if the game was crossplay and wasn't dead on day one of release. You can't even find people to play online in that game, which is really sad. Power Stone 2 was dead from day one. I was so looking forward to that. How that wasn't crossplay is beyond me. Makes no sense. Yeah, fighting games to me, I pretty much just stick to what I know I like, which is, you know, pretty much anything PS2, original Xbox, and older I will typically enjoy. As long as it's not something too Street Fighter-esque, if that makes sense, right? Like, I'm not playing no King of Fighters, I'm not playing Street Fighter. I'll play, like, Bloody Roar, something like that. A little more arcadey. Because last time I played Bloody Roar 4 for the first time, I really enjoyed that. That was super fun. Let me put it to you this way. If I played a Street Fighter game on PS2, I'd probably play, like, what was it? What was the launch game on PS2? EX3, whatever the heck the name of that one was. Right, like, I'd play something like that. I'm more likely to play a 3D rendered fighting game than a 2D fighting rendered fighting game. I briefly tried to get into Killer Instinct, yeah. I gave fighting games another chance. I mean, I made a whole video about it on YouTube, which was interesting. I mean, I gave it a fair shake, because I had not tried to get into a fighting game in a very long time. So I'm like, you know what? Killer Instinct looks like it could be for me. It's got a bunch of weird... I love fighting games that have really weird characters. Really out there characters. And I did. I gave it a fair chance. And, I enjoyed it. At the end of the day, it was fun. But I just never stuck with it. I'm like looking, you know, I want some of those N64 fighters, some of those really bad N64 fighters. Those are the kind of fighting games I'm looking for. Let's get some like War Gods, you know? One of my favorites from my childhood. Maybe that's why I just love terrible fighting games, because I grew up with stuff like War Gods and Balls 3D. Right? Those are some of my favorites. Terrible, but I love them. I never got a chance to play Xena. Yeah, I look forward to that. The Xena fighting game. Condemned was a great game, yeah. Yeah. Too bad I wasn't playing games like that when the 360 launched. Boy, that would have been an amazing launch game for me. Too scared to play it. That was a very scary game. The demo? Oh man, the demo was terrifying. Because those graphics were super realistic looking back when that game came out. Typical wheelot. You have never met anyone that has played Irritating Stick on the PS1? Are you saying that because you're aware of what I've done with Irritating Stick, or are you just saying that in general? Because I don't know if you are aware of my history of Irritating Stick. Castlevania Judgment. Yeah, I've always wanted to try that game. That looks really fun. I still gotta pick that up. Oh, you didn't realize I had history with it? I just love the fact that you brought up Irritating Stick, because I always felt like nobody brings that game up either. So it's nice to meet another stick lover. Cross our sticks together for Irritating Stick. It's a great game. I happen to have done speedruns for Irritating Stick pretty extensively years ago. I currently have the world record for the game, though there's not a lot of competition. But it also happens to be a very difficult speedrun, so not a lot of people do it. One of my favorite speedruns of all time. I believe I have my speedrun of that on YouTube. Yeah, you can watch it on YouTube. Just search my name in Irritating Stick, you'll find it. It's on my second channel. Is that a bootleg Snowboard Kids? That's amazing. Look at that. Snow Bros. Oh man. I wish I was more into bootleg cartridges. I'd get that just for that alone. That's a fun label. I like that. It's actually pretty well done. Hey, thank you, Viking. Thank you for the follow. Let me see if I can get you the link for it real quick. I'm just excited to find another Irritating Stick fan. Oh, you know what it is? I'm not sure if I have my world record. Oh, no, I do have my world record on YouTube. Okay. Let me just link you this real quick. Alright, here is the world record run. And then if you want to watch me do a speedrun of this in a live setting, this is my GDQ run that I did in 2019. It's a very impressive run. I'd honestly recommend watching the GDQ one, because that one I do full commentary. And it's also a really good run. Like, I go for all the crazy stuff in it. It was almost a world record. Almost. I love Irritating Stick. I still don't understand how I played that game with input delay. I wasn't playing on a CRT. Still not really sure how the heck I pulled that. I just got used to it. How much is it? It's not very expensive. It's probably... Well, these days it might be more like around $30. I don't know. Let's see. It used to be really cheap, but it's a fairly uncommon game, so the price may not be as cheap as it once was. Yeah, $30 to $40. Definitely one of the hardest games you will ever play on PS1. I'd encourage you all to play it, so that way you can see. It'll make you appreciate my speedrun a little bit more. I'll link the listing. I don't know if this is going to show. This probably won't link properly on YouTube. It's uncommon. This is an uncommon game. All right. Only 23 listings. That's not a lot of listings for a PS1 game, especially because most of these are not complete. Most aren't the US version, and some are disc only. To me, that's uncommon. PS1 games typically have way more listings than that. There's only like maybe 15 complete copies. That's on the more uncommon side. $500 RPG lot. Well, mostly RPGs. It does not seem worth $500. All the empty cases. $270, seriously? Definitely not worth that. Man, I was listening to the soundtrack for Secret Rings today. Well, yesterday, really. And, man, that's a good soundtrack. Secret Rings got a really underrated soundtrack. There's some real great songs in there. Super catchy. The vocal tracks in particular. It's actually not a bad lot. Secret Rings is more expensive than you would think these days. It's not dirt cheap anymore. Secret Rings by itself is like 20 bucks. I'll link this. I've been wanting to play Secret Rings again. $360 games. Definitely a no on that. You can never get past the Dino Chase. You should give it another chance. I really didn't like Secret Rings when it first launched, because like everybody else, I was like, man, this is so dumb playing a Sonic game with motion control. Like, this is terrible. But, you know, years ago, I tried to learn how to speedrun the game. And once again, speedrunning to the rescue. Sometimes when you go to, like, when you force yourself to have to sit down and get good at a game, sometimes you really find out just how good it is when you take the time to learn how to play it. And when I took the time to learn how to play that game and actually try and understand the controls and how you finesse them so they work in your favor, it's actually a really fun arcadey style game. It really is. It's the biggest. Okay, so the biggest issue if you've tried playing Secret Rings and if you try to play it again, the biggest thing that people do in that game is, like, because other Wii games want you to exaggerate movement, right? Everybody's waggling, you know. When you're playing Excite Truck, you're like, you know, you're Mario Kart, you're going like crazy. You're doing exaggerated movements. Secret Rings, you gotta be like this. Like, the most subtle little shifts in movement. And once you get into that mindset that you do small movements, you'll learn that the controls are actually really not that bad. Okay, they're bad, but they're doable. They're playable. Like, it's a lot more easier. It's a lot easier to be accurate with what you want to do in that game. Yeah, sorry, I remember you asked that earlier, Emmanuel. Wii collecting these days, it's not a bad time to collect for Wii. People are still in that phase of not bothering with collecting much on the Wii because there's just so much crap you gotta wade through. You just gotta do a lot of digging, a lot of research with Wii. I think the biggest thing that keeps a lot of people away with Wii is you pretty much have to focus and manually curate your entire collection, meaning it's nearly impossible to go on eBay and search for Wii lot and find lots that have good games and also are a good price. So for Wii, you really have to just snipe out specific good games that you're looking for, and you just have to forget about lots. The lots are always garbage on eBay, and anybody that has a decent Wii game, they're going to sell it individually anyway. They ain't going to put it with a bunch of other crap because it kind of like dilutes the aesthetic of the listing. So that's the pain about collecting for Wii, is it's very time consuming. You can't just search for lots like this, right? Wii U has a lot of lots. This is a great lot. This is a great Wii U lot. A lot of great games in here, all of which are pretty much almost available on the Switch at this point. But you can't really do that on the Wii. 18 games. So it's like $12 a game free shipping. This feels very fair if you're looking to like bulk up on your Wii U collection for whatever reason. Even though this is apparently not working. But I would say almost all these games are worth at least $10 each. Some a little bit more. Xenoblade has come down in price big time. It's not expensive. It's like a $10 game now. I'll link this seller. This feels... If you're one of those people out there that's like, I want the Wii U version, I don't care about the Switch version, that might actually be a decent listing for you. Bluepoint getting shut down. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I'm more mad about the statement that was released afterwards as to why they were shut down. Talking about like industry changes and the changing landscape of what gamers want. Yeah. We don't want live service games. It sucks. They were our best shot at getting like an Eco remaster, a compilation of Eco Shadow of the Colossus and Last Guardian. I mean, I guess you don't have to have Bluepoint do it, but considering they did Eco Shadow of the Colossus on PS3, I'd say there was a pretty good chance they might do it. It sucks. I personally thought the Demon Souls remaster was really good, too. You know, the purists out there say, oh, no, the PS3 version is the only way to go, but I don't know. I thought the PS5 remaster looked amazing. All because... You know, I read something really interesting, though, on X. Bluepoint are the ones that pitched the God of War live service game to Sony. Sony didn't come to them and say, we want you to make this. They actually pitched a live service game and then later admitted that they were in over their heads when they couldn't meet deadlines. They couldn't... Sony apparently put a lot of pressure on Bluepoint after the failure of Concord. This is essentially testimony from two anonymous employees from Bluepoint. But I completely believe it. But it always sucks losing a developer that makes great remasters, great potential to make their own games. Of course, they were, you know, they were definitely known for their remasters. Oh, the cool thing is, in a way, in that same news story, one of the Bluepoint employees said they had pitched 2 remasters to Sony, and they shot them down on specific games that they said people would enjoy. Or, like, in other words, like, they would be remasters that would probably be a pretty big hit. They got shot down themselves, but they did confirm that one of those remasters is being worked on by another developer. So there's apparently a big remaster coming for something that Bluepoint would have been interested in themselves. Whatever that may be, who knows? We'll find out. Def Jam Fight for New York, Fatal Frame 2, Shadow, a million Xbox Ones. What a weird lot. It's gonna be hard to find a buyer for that, boy. Well, they were working on the God of War live service game. They were working on that since Demon Souls. But, you know, it's a pretty small team, and that sounds like a pretty ambitious project. And I guess ultimately that's what buried them. The revelation to me, though, was learning that they pitched it, and not Sony coming to them and saying, we want a God of War live service game. That was a little surprising. It's like I know some people aren't the biggest fans of the remaster art styles that they would do, but the originals exist. So the way I always look at it with remasters and remakes, somebody out there, well, no matter how obscure the remaster or the remake is, somebody out there, that's their favorite game of all time. So if it makes that one person happy, right? Imagine how you would feel if your favorite game of all time got a remaster and you actually really liked it. So, I find remasters and remakes to be pretty innocent. And usually if it's a big studio doing it, it's always like their B team doing it. You know, like a subsection of that studio. It's not like they're putting all their resources into this when they could be making something else kind of thing. I know remasters and remakes are a meme at this point because there's so many of them, but we get mad when there are remasters for games we don't personally like, but when it's a game that we like, I think we feel the opposite typically. Now granted, some remakes or remasters can pale in comparison to the original, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're way better. No manuals on these. Hello, Default. Let's change the search. Couple of good lots tonight, though. There are some pretty good listings to keep an eye on. Anything else I'm forgetting? I think it may have Echo. I think it may have. Dragon Quest VIII. Gauntlet Dark Legacy, if they re-released that with online multiplayer, man, I'd be all over that. Such a fun game. Used to play that all the time on PS2. Dragon Quest VIII just feels so overdue to be released from the shackles of the 3DS version. Give us the PS2 version on something other than the PS2. Even though I just played that game not that long ago, if they re-released Dragon Quest VIII, even just like a digital PS5 version, I feel like I'd be inclined to play it again. I don't know, just having that game on something else would be nice. But it deserves something better than just like a digital PS5 emulated version. It should have a spruced up HD version, potentially on physical. Chrono Trigger would be a dream to get a good remake. Well, word on the street. Where's Harmonious Echo? He loves rumors. Word on the street is that Chrono Trigger is definitely getting a remaster at the moment. I believe it. When Square Enix said they only wanted to focus on things that they know is going to make money, I feel like a Chrono Trigger remake / remaster is a pretty good bet. Ayla's going to be wearing a full fursuit. What would they do to Frog? They're probably gonna change Frog to like a rainforest frog or something. Can't wait for it. Kroner, they're gonna give him one of those like what do they call the haircuts that the kids get these days, where it's like all foofy up here and like they buzz it all around it. They're gonna give Chrono one of those kind of haircuts. Make it appeal to the younger generation. Yeah, the broccoli cut. Will it be turn-based? That is a very good question. It a damn better be. We'll see. I would not be shocked, though, if they turn it into an action version. Chrysol, I have not looked at gameplay for yet. I believe. Breaking the Mold, Bioshock art book. That was a PS5 controller, 175. Fully restored. Which is ridiculous. You could just buy a brand new one sealed in the box for that price. So because this person cleaned it with a tissue. It's the 6... No one wants the 6-axis version. People want DualShock. Nobody wants a controller that doesn't vibrate. Am I still playing Romeo Must Die? I am. I'm just very, very busy. Ideally, I'd want to be able to beat that game in the next sitting. So I don't want to just play it for like 3 hours. Which is how long most of my streams have been. Because of this damn grand jury duty service. So that'll probably be played one of these weekends. Because at least on a Sunday I can probably stream longer than 3 hours. Well, maybe. We'll see. Depends what time I gotta get up. Chrysol is Bioshock Prey-like. Yeah, probably not something I'll be looking to buy at full price. This year, I'm definitely going to be less focused on buying brand new modern games. I'm definitely going to be focusing on just like RPGs and things that I've been wanting to play. Last year, I played a lot of newer games. This year, I'm not going to be playing as many. It's been pretty boring so far, Epic. Pretty boring. Yeah. It's about all I can say. Yeah, it's grand, so it's going on until at least March 13th. It can be extended if I'm in the middle of a case that is needing to be extended. Oh, look. The Astrobot plush that I got. It's a good plush. It's actually pretty accurate to the character. There's so much Astrobot merchandise these days, by the way. I had to go pick up a lunch bag, right, for jury duty. And I looked up, like, okay, what does Target have or something for lunchboxes, or Walmart, I don't remember. And they have an Astrobot lunchbox, and they had it in stock. And for a moment, I was like, But then I was like, you know what? Let's try and look like an adult going to jury duty. Walking in there with my little Astrobot lunchbox. My goodness. If it wasn't for jury duty, I probably would have bought it. Well, the good thing is I don't have to do jury duty for 8 years. Because grand jury duty, you get an extra 2 years. So they won't select me again for 8 years. Even if you get an excuse, like, all they do is just call you back a year later. So you just gotta do it. You pretty much gotta do it. There's not much you can do. Or you gotta be lucky and win the coin flip. And then if you don't get called in, like you... Okay, let me just explain. For those of you that don't understand how grand jury duty works, how they select you. Grand jury duty, they question you and everything, right? And it's very easy to get off of that, because if they don't like the way you answer, they're not going to pick you. You got to be very impartial. Grand jury duty, you literally show up, and they don't give a crap what your excuses are for the most part. Very hard to get out of. And even if you get out of it, if you get excused, they can still call you back 6 months later. So everybody that's there was like 70, 80 people. They do a random drawing, right? So if you don't get picked as one of the 23, you don't have to report for jury duty for 6 years. It's literally Russian roulette. If you get picked, you're serving. It's crazy. Hey, what's up, Big Z? I normally get lots of games. Not on these streams. My eBay streams, I look for deals for other people. So, like, if I find something here, like, say, this copy of Tabloid Beauties Interactive for PC. I'm sure there's plenty of people in chat that would love this, right? So I would post a link, and I pretty much find the deals for people that watch. So, yeah, that's how the selection works. I was one of the ones called. And the people that didn't get selected, they get to walk out and they're done for 6 years. Isn't that crazy? But it'll be an interesting experience, hopefully. Hasn't been the end of the world. It just really conflicts with my schedule right now. Because, like, for people that don't know, I've been going to the gym consistently now for a month and a half. Actually 7, yeah, almost 2 months. And, like, this whole thing with jury duty now, because that's normally when I'd be at the gym. So now it's like, God, I gotta stay consistent, but it's gonna eat into my stream time. There's just not enough time in the day to do everything I need to do now. You're playing the Turok trilogy, so far you're digging how they did it on Switch 1. I still have not played Turok since I rented Turok 1 on the N64, and that game was scary as a kid. That was more like a horror game back then on the N64. I've always wanted to revisit Turok. It's definitely on my list of games to be like, you know what? It's finally time to play it. Ready for the snow? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that either. Snow just finally melted. Signed $200. Come on now. This song is a little loud. Let me change the playlist too. Let's get something a little different. Oh, it's signed by Takashi Iizuka. How do I know it's Takashi Iizuka? Because I have things signed by him as well that I got signed in person, so I know his autograph. Interesting. I wonder what event he was at to get that signed. Did I want to be called? I'm going to be honest, I knew I was going to get called because lately, the past few years, I've had really good luck with winning raffles. So I knew I was going to get called. Of course, I didn't want to get called for jury duty. But grand jury duty really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Like, the chance of getting called for it and then selected for it is pretty rare. So at least I could say I did it. Hey, thanks, Linguidi. Appreciate the raid very much. Hope you had a good stream. If you don't go in for jury duty, it's a crime. I can't say anything that I'm dealing with cases. I literally can't talk about any of it. The only thing I can tell you is that I am attending jury duty. Grand jury. That's all I can say. Yeah, at least it wasn't during horror month. That's a good point. I'm doing good. Just scrolling eBay, as always. Parasite Eve poster set of 5. Yeah, we were talking about Pokemon Leaf and Fire earlier. I'm excited for it, honestly. I know some people are mad about the pricing and everything. Wow, that's an... Does she have a bra on? I don't think she does. I don't remember her looking like that in Parasite Eve. Where the hell is this version? Or does she? Is this the third birth? No, that's Parasite Eve. Interesting. Huh. Never saw any of that kind of marketing for this game. That's something. That was definitely Japan-only marketing. Oh, I would definitely stream Pokemon Fire Red or Leaf Green. I think I'm gonna buy a Leaf Green. Just because I'm so sick of Charizard, you know? I'm a Venusaur lover. So tired of Charizard on everything. I'm a grass type. I prefer grass types over fire types for Pokemon. It's so funny. Yeah, I knew. Like whenever you try and take a picture of this helmet, you ain't dodging the reflection. This guy's like giving. Maybe is he just holding his phone? Oh, okay, I thought he was giving like a hand gesture or something. But yeah, you can practically see this guy's whole house. You can even see what he's watching on TV. These Master Chief helmets, I sold mine. I can't even begin to describe, like, I can't even remember what I did to try and take a photo of this thing. But it is really hard to not get a reflection. Yeah. Real life ray tracing. I mean, it really is. Black-eyed Susan Smooth and recipe. Okay, that's a Fallout thing. I gotta remember to block Fallout in the future. I guess you don't see Fallout items too often. Breath of the Wild graded. Oh yeah, people grade. A game can come out tomorrow and they'd have it graded up on eBay the next day. People aren't actually paying this for these games, right? I'm assuming this is just another Japanese seller that's just like throwing a price at a dartboard and seeing what sticks. There's no way people are paying that. I wonder if they made these coins for the Concord developers to give to an employee. Could you imagine? Oh my god. I'd buy one. Shit. If they made coins like that for Concord, I'd buy it. High Guard? I'd buy that too. Hey, at least I played High Guard. So at least, you know, that one would be fun to own. Did I ever play Wave Race Fusion? Wipeout Fusion? I think I played that on the... Was that a roulette game? I definitely played it... No, I think I remember when I played it when I first picked it up. I picked it up used from GameStop. I'm not the biggest fan of Wipeout games, I'm going to be honest. Like, I appreciate their aesthetic and their music. I'm just not a big fan of how those games control. They're always a showpiece, though, for a console. Like, the Vita version was great. But I'm just not the biggest fan of how those things control. A frame dev copy, yeah, I think I remember seeing that. Yeah, all I'll say about High Guard, man, you better play that game soon if you plan on playing it, because it's probably getting shut down pretty soon. If you guys didn't hear, like, I know not all of you follow gaming news, like, you're not on top of it all the time, but if you didn't hear the earth-shattering news about High Guard, not just the game is about to get shut down, but the fact that... Okay, there's a second revelation to this, too, that's absolutely wild. So you remember when Jeff Keighley showed High Guard at the Game Awards, right? He was all hyped up, like unusually hyped up. Oh, thanks, KyoCat. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. He was unusually hyped up, right? For High Guard. Pumping it like crazy, especially on social media. It was billed as this team, indie team, that like broke away from the mainstream because they didn't want to just make another microtransaction slop game. So they broke away from that to make their own game. But it ends up that people discovered that Tencent was secretly funding the game. And the Game Awards, like, Tencent is on the board, essentially. Like, they're a huge... I don't know what the right word is for it, but let's just say that they have a financial investment in the Game Awards. So, Jeff Keighley is under some shit right now. Because he made it like it was... No mention of Tencent, made it like it was indie developers, but he was really pushing it because it's backed by Tencent. And they have a stake in the Game Awards. So yeah, really interesting stuff. So that whole game was just some big, crazy 180 on what it was supposed to be. Crazy stuff. Hi, guys. Let me tell you, boy, these live service slop shoot 'em up games, hero shooters, boy, they do not disappoint in the lore when they fail. That is for sure. Marathon, it had that whole like stolen art thing. I mean, all these games have some kind of craziness to go along with them. Though the stolen art will have nothing to do with why that game fails. That was just an interesting chapter in its story. Marathon by default will get a lot more players because it is Bungie. Day one, Marathon will have a lot of players. There's no doubt about that. I wouldn't be surprised if it tops like over 100,000 concurrent. It's how long did the players stick around for is the question. That's the thing that makes or breaks these kind of games. Highguard had 100,000 on the first day. The next day it was down to like 7,000. So, we'll see what happens. Yeah, to be fair, Marathon definitely has the best look of the three. Of the Concord likes. Definitely has the best look. It's the most visually unique. I think that game looks its best when you're in an area that looks like you're in a laser tag, like from the 90s with the black lights and everything like that. That's when the game looks cool. When it goes like into an outdoor environment and looks like every other game, it becomes far less interesting. Oh, Fair Games. Oh, Christ. Forgot about that. That's going to be a huge flop, for sure. Yeah, it's that Square Enix one or whatever, right? Or Sony, was it? Whatever, there's so many of these freaking games now. Yeah, the trailer for that was terrible. See, the thing is, they waited a little too long to start developing these games. They needed to release these games like 5 years ago. Then they would have been bigger hits. People are far less interested in live service hero shooters at this point. Not everything can be Marvel Rivals. Which is still going, to be fair. That game's still got a pretty solid player base. I played it. It was fun. Marvel Rivals was good. This looks like a fun 3DO game. Explore the exotic shores of Maui. So it's like endless ocean. FMV Adventure. Yeah, we talked about the new Xbox stuff earlier. I'm pretty much in a, let's just wait and see what happens. Like, I'm sure it's not going to go well, but I don't know. I don't want to judge things too quickly until we see a few results of the new CEO change, right? Like, let's see. You never know. You never know. It could be surprised. But it's probably not going to be good. I'm so distant from Xbox at this point. Like, I'm almost to the point where if they went under tomorrow, I'm not even sure I'd care too much. What am I losing? Game Pass? I don't even subscribe to it anymore. So, it's hard to disappoint me at this point. The only bad thing is that it's good for PlayStation to have a direct competitor. So if they go under, that means Sony's gonna run even more rampant. We shall see. Yeah, I'll forever love my Series X for the backwards compatibility stuff. But I just think to myself, like, what could they possibly do for next generation to grab my attention? If all the games are going to be on PlayStation, why would I need an Xbox to play them? You know, that's where I'm kind of like, I just don't see the connect. Whoa. See, let's bring back this era of games on Xbox. I didn't even know this was a thing. Silent Scope Light Rifle. Look how fun that looks. I've never seen that before. It's official, too. Just think, if this thing was made in, like, the 90s, it would look like a real rifle. Wouldn't be green, wouldn't have that orange tip. You worked at GameStop. When that came out, that gun, you remember selling those. Interesting. Did they sell? Did anybody buy them? Cute plushies. These are like the OG. There are plushes like this for Final Fantasy 7 and 9. I don't think they ever made 8 ones in this style. But yeah, these are like the really old plushies. I know they look bootleg, but... Yeah, see, here's the Zidane for 9. These are really known for the material decaying. Like, if you look at the Zidane here, look at his feet. It's all decayed and peeled off. There's really not much you can do about that. Mine are probably like that at this point, too. I haven't looked in a while. Just happens with age. I never got my Kate Sith one, though. The Kate Sith one is so cool. Kate Sith. Let me just do plush. He may not even be up here for sale. Here he is. I love that. This is the best Kate Sith plush by far. Look at that. It's so accurate to the character from the PS1 game. Well, that's what it's based on. That's when this plush came out. And this one doesn't look that bad because the only thing that decays are the teeth. It doesn't have a bunch of that material like the other ones. Yeah, there's the full line right there. I don't care about the other ones. I'd only want Kate Sith. Favorite gaming generation? Man, it's gotta be GameCube, PS2, Xbox. That was a time to be alive for sure. The true console wars, super fun. I have this rug. It's so funny. For the longest time, I never knew. I thought it was just a Pac-Man rug, but it's actually a game. I found out because of one of these kind of listings. And I had the foam piece too. I just thought the foam piece was just like, I don't know, piece of merch or something. I had no idea that the carpet was part of a board game of sorts. I'm on top of this carpet right now, actually. It's right under me. I had these controllers for ColecoVision. I don't remember really ever using them, though. I always just used the regular ColecoVision controller. I can't really recall ever using this one. It's so clunky. How do I keep it from wearing out? I don't know, it's a pretty rugged carpet. It's pretty thick. It's not a cheaply made carpet. When is Pokemon Day, by the way? When is that supposed to be? I don't normally stream Pokemon events, but if that's not happening at the crack of dawn, which I'm sure it is. Friday morning? Alright, well, the stream of that ain't happening. I'm gonna say that they announce that they are making Pokemon Tops cards again. And there's probably going to be some crazy Pokemon anniversary card set. Not with Tops, just like Pokemon themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a surprise remaster of something like Pokemon Snap 1 or something. I don't know. They can go anywhere. They really can. Oh yeah, I mean, if we're being real, it's going to be a huge disappointment. For sure. It's probably going to be some like Pokemon Sleep. Some of the mobile games or something stupid. Pokemon Pinball. I only ever rented Pokemon Pinball on the Game Boy Color. I liked it. I never bought it. I never played the one that came after it either. Sure, I'd really be into that these days. That would be a perfect game to re-release. A Pokemon alarm clock. Yeah, like I really need Pikachu screaming in my ear to wake me up. No, thank you. Rare look. Ah, yes, I love it when somebody uses that. With fire emojis. Clearance for $10. A physical Stern pinball release. Oh, I'm definitely not buying a $15,000 pinball table. I'm not good at pinball. But if they did release a Pokemon alarm clock, I could see how they could do it. They can have like the various stages of Pikachu being angry. So like the first one is just like his cute little Pika Pika. But if you keep hitting that snooze button by like the 4th or 5th time, he should just like scream like he's using like Thunderbolt or something, you know? And then they have a watch that connects to the alarm clock, so when he does that, it like zaps you a little bit like you're wearing a smartwatch. Let's do one more page and then we'll do affiliate. The Mouse PI game. That game does look pretty nice. Yeah, it's been in development for a bit. I'd probably play it, yeah. I've been, like, lightly following it for a while. Hey, thanks, Norton. One more until the 12 months. Appreciate it very much. March 17th. No, I'm not sure if it'll be like a day one kind of thing. Depends what I'm playing around that time. Miss the days when you'd get like 2-page centerfold ads for games like Connecticut. Alright, let's do affiliate. So we are going to take a look at things that people bought using my eBay affiliate link. If you want your stuff to show up on here yourselves, if you're on the YouTube side, my affiliate link is in the video and stream descriptions of every video and stream I do for the US affiliate link. More international links are on my link tree and also on my Twitch page. So starting us off here, we got Master System Lot. Or sorry, not Lot. Lord of the Sword complete box for $25. The Ventures NASA 25th Anniversary Commemorative Album Clear Vinyl. And we couldn't have an eBay affiliate without the Nicorette Mini Nicotine Lozenge to stop smoking. XP Pen Artist Pro Graphics Drawing Tablet. Wow, that's expensive. Let's check this out. Someone getting artsy fartsy. Let's see what this looks like. This is you, Trekkie? You bought this? Or are you saying the Ventures was you? It's actually some cool stock art they use on this. Looks like a nice drawing tablet. Oh, it's pretty big. Keeping real artwork alive. Very nice. Thank you for using the link for that. Oh, you can even do Photoshop on here? That's good. You got everything on there. I guess so for that amount of money. Yeah, almost half off, normally $900. Mega Man Legacy Collection for the PS4. $20. Somebody bought Paperboy. Oh, factory sealed. I was gonna say Paperboy for $133. Factory sealed. Who's getting the game graded here? Are you opening this, Chemdream? That dog is really mad about that price sticker. So let me ask you. Paperboy on N64, when not sealed, is pretty cheap. It's like a $35, $40 game. And this one even has a crushed box. What compelled you to buy the sealed one if you're going to open it? Is it just because you know everything inside at least will be mint or something? That seems like a crazy premium to pay for that, though. Oh, we're not looking at the right one. I hate it when eBay does this. Shoot. They sent me to a different listing. This isn't the one you bought. That sucks. I can't see it, unfortunately. They do this sometimes where they'll like, oh, this is what you want, right? Because here's another one for sale. Hate it when they do that. Pokemon the first movie, Mewtwo vs. Mew. Original clamshell. Yeah, that's the one I got. I feel like they should have put a trading card in at the VHS. That would have been genius marketing. Exclusive to the VHS. Pokemon Diamond for the DS, $60. I'm still interested in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. I avoided them originally because I hated the way the characters looked in that, but after playing ZA Boy, it just makes me more interested in like classic, slower Pokemon games. Urban Chaos, Riot Response for the Xbox, $30. I heard that's a pretty good game. I have it on PS2, I believe. It's a first-person game with the Riot gear. Transparent Mechanical Pencil, Japanese. Alright, we gotta check that out. They did put it. Oh, was that in the VHS? I know it when you're talking about it. It's the one where he's like purple or whatever. Really weird art with like the green electricity. That was in the VHS? Is that how I got that card back in the day? That's how you got that promo card? Huh. I don't remember mine coming with a card, but I guess it did. Rare Speedo Llama? Speedo Llama. One of the last 5 games on PS4. $45. Interesting. The heck is that? Well, I can see. I mean, saying this is one of the last 5 games on PS4, they're still releasing games on PS4 with these limited release games. Definitely doesn't look like my kind of game. Glide Gear, tablet, iPad, DSLR, video camera, teleprompter. Oh, okay. Interesting. So whoever bought the drawing tablet is using a teleprompter kit. Well, I guess video gamer means there's still there's still PS4 games coming out even in 2027. Oh, thanks, Maniacal. Danger Girl for the PS1 complete for $36. I know we brought that up last week or the week before, I don't remember. There's a copy of Danger Girl somewhere. More Nicorette lozenges. Double dipping this time. Onitsuka Tiger Serrano Black White. Oh, the shoes, the athletic. Alright, we gotta check out your shoes. We're gonna judge you. Everybody in chat. They don't sell them in the US anymore, so you have to buy them from Japan. Oh, they're nice. Yeah, they're fun. They look very light. They look very lightweight. Like, it looks like you're probably feeling like you're walking on air with these things. Just tell by the material. Philips CDI console. $600. Well, welcome to the CDI family. You've made the best purchasing choice you'll ever make for retro games. Let's see what games you got. Definitely got to get yourself a new controller, that's for sure. That controller is... oof. Yeah, you don't want to play CDI with that thing. You got the same model as me. That's my favorite model. Yeah, I like this model because it actually kind of looks like a gaming console, unlike other models of the CDI. It's got the disc tray. That's my favorite CDI model. So you got... Third Degree. I haven't played that. What is that? A Facer? Man, I'm not sure if I played that one either. Stick Year Math. Voyeur. That's a fun one. A Great Day at the Races. Oh, I played that. It's pretty boring. Mystic Midway is interesting. It's one of the few horror themed games that you can play on there. Mini games or whatever the heck it was. There's two of them. The Mystic Midway kind of games. I forget the name of the other. Interactive Encyclopedia, Tennis Open, Textiles, Paint School, Jigsaw. Yeah, you pretty much didn't buy it for the games, that's for damn sure. But that's a good variant of the console. Facer. Let me remind myself what the cover of that looks like. Yeah, no, I don't think I played a Facer. No, yeah, I haven't played this. Looks like a game I'd enjoy, though. Huh. You must spell, decipher word puzzles, and master definitions? Okay, never mind. But beware of the aliens. They mix verb tenses. Oh, CDI. My goodness. I'm looking at this thing like, damn, how have I not played this? And then I read the description and I realize why. They mix verb tenses, misplaced modifiers, use double negatives, attempt too many puns, engage in poor penmanship, and hyphenate recklessly. They're ugly, too. It's a vocabulary game. Though, to be honest, it might be kind of fun. To like check your spelling. I'm not terrible at spelling. So it'd probably be a pretty fun one. PSP camera 3000 silver Go Cam. Wow. Somebody bought a PSP camera? That's crazy random. What the heck are you gonna play with that? Invisimals? I didn't know they were so expensive. That's crazy. How many have sold to that? I don't know what's up with the silver one. Legendary Dragoon is fantastic and an easy platinum. I bought Legendary Dragoon on PS5 when it came out, and I was really enjoying playing it, but when it released, it was heavily glitched. You couldn't use the dragon transformation ability. Like, you couldn't transform. If you did it, the game would freeze or something, if I remember it. And it took a month to patch it. So now that they've patched it, I'm definitely like interested in going back to it. Apple Mac Studio. 36 gigabyte RAM, SSD, keyboard, and mouse. Well, somebody, probably the same person that picked up the tablet, if I had to imagine. Well, I can't find it, unfortunately. It was under car rentals? That's weird. Oh, okay, so the silver one is way better. Do you have to 100% things to get the platinum with Legend of Dragoon, or you just literally beat the game to get the platinum? I would definitely boot up Legend of Dragoon soon, but I gotta get a couple of the other things I'm playing off my plate first. Jurassic Park Classic Games Collection for PS5. Well, that was a fun variety of things this week. Obviously, the coolest purchase would come down to the tablet or the CDI, but I'm gonna give it to the CDI just because somebody buying a CDI is always fun to see. So thank you to everybody that used the affiliate link. We had everything from shoes to tablets to cigarette chewing lozenge things or whatever the heck they are, to vinyls and sealed N64 games that are getting open to be played. Alright, let's check auctions now that new things should be ending. Ape Escape 2 still isn't patched. Yeah, it's the same deal with Okage. I don't think they're ever going to fix it. Yeah. I'd be super happy if they ever fixed Okage with the proper PS5 version. Huge nostalgia lot. Wii 360 games. Let's see what we got in here. A Shrek thing that expands when wet. This is a very random lot. What the hell? Why are we getting metal locks? That's so weird. You got the NES on your mind too much when you try and spell it. Am I getting Pokemon Fire Red or Leaf Green? I'm leaning towards Leaf Green. I prefer Venusaur. I'd have to look at what Pokemon are included between versions. Then I'd really make up my mind. Generation 2. The older the better. I'm not the biggest fan of newer Pokemon generations. Can't keep up with all that stuff. What are the exclusive Pokemon between them? I was like, wow, $1 with no bids. Yeah, $15 shipping. Crazy. It's a pretty rare version of Force Unleashed. This got very expensive during the 360 apocalypse. Gotta remember, steelbooks are pretty rare back on the 360. There are not many of them. Let me see what Pokemon are exclusive. Fire Red gets Ekans, Arbok, Oddish, Gloom, Vileplume, of course. Man, you get Psyduck, though. And Golduck. I love Golduck. Growlithe, Arcanine, Shoulder, Cloyster, Scyther, Electabuzz. Wow, there's really that many that are exclusive to each version? That's a lot. Blossom, Wooper. Okay, what does green have? Sandshrew, Vulpix, Bellsprout, Slowpoke, Staryu, Magmar, Pinsir. It has Marill. Marill and Azumarill is one of my favorites. Slowking, Sneasel. That's tough. They both have good Pokemon, but I'm not gonna lie, Vileplume and Golduck are some of my favorite Pokemon. That's a tough one. I don't know, that changes things a little bit. I feel like I'd still go with Leaf Green, though. I don't know. Hello, for real fan. Bellsprout. I like Bellsprout. I also really like Victory Bell a lot more now, ever since when I played Pokemon Pocket and I made the Pokeflute Victory Bell deck when the game first came out. That was like that was my favorite deck I ever made. Picked up a beautiful copy of Pokemon Red the other day. Oh, the original? That's cool. Yeah, it's really hard to find those super mint. Kids were manhandling them things back in the day. Yeah, I haven't done too many ROM hack things. The way I look at it, there's so much Pokemon stuff that I still gotta play that it doesn't even make sense for me to do a ROM hack yet. I feel like you play the ROM hacks once you've played everything else to death already. Nintendo water games. I used to love playing with these things when I was younger. One of my grandmothers had like a ton of these things. They were fun. They would occupy me for hours. So easy to please back then. You know, kids. You can essentially, it's like you might have a ring in here that you gotta like use a water pump to like try and get around the hooks. Now it's like kids just want a cell phone or a tablet. Back then you could be occupied with something like that for a long time. I'm still thinking about getting more into collecting DS. I wouldn't mind getting back into buying some DS games. Whenever I feel like I'm ready to stream it, though, I don't buy games unless I'm going to stream them. So if I ever feel like I'm like, man, I just want to stream some DS, I wouldn't mind having a few new games I've never played before. Some of the weird little cheap games. How do I stream DS? My 3DS XL, new 3DS XL is modded, so I have video output natively from the console. It's not like over Wi-Fi or any of that stuff. Hardwired into the PC. This is another RPG I want to try again one day. Sadly, the last time I tried playing this, I was like really into speedrunning, so as I was trying to play through this game, I was like trying to route it on the fly, like, oh, how many battles can I avoid? And then eventually I hit a wall where I couldn't progress any further because I was too underpowered. It's known as being one of the worst PS3 RPGs, Last Rebellion. But I'll tell you though, the combat system in this was something. Very slow battles, but it had a really interesting thing where you'd like target parts of the body for the enemies. So you target like their arms, their leg, their head. Battles took forever because of it. But it was a fun combat system. That's the one thing I remember about this game. Don't remember too much else. Signed by Master Chief and Cortana. That's kind of cool. Halo Infinite. Korean House definitely dropped fast in price. Those meme games, they never hold up for long term. Whenever you see them spike in price dramatically, they always come down. Every time. What's a console you guys want me to search? Should look up a specific console or whatever. There's a certain one we haven't done in a bit. Yeah, Magus is pretty bad. I never recommend people buy that for what it goes for now. Has been a bit since I searched PSP. Neo Geo. The only thing I'll be able to say about Neo Geo is, wow, look how expensive these games are. That's pretty much it. Old PC games. I bought one Evercade game in recent months. I forget what one it was. One of the compilations that had a shoot 'em up or two on it. I haven't been keeping up with Evercade lately, but I definitely will. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with that. I'm usually not too familiar with like those, I guess we'll call them homebrew consoles, unofficial. Some of them are really nice though, but I'm not too familiar with them. About Hollow Knights, man, that makes me want to try the Wii one again. I'm gonna be honest. When I played that one, it was rough, very rough game, lacking a lot of music, terribly loud footsteps. But man, there's something charming about that game. What was it called? Eldar Knights or something? I forget the subtitle. It even had online multiplayer back in the day. Kind of wish I tried that. Just a very classic feeling RPG. The kind of RPGs we don't really get anymore. One of those really clunky, janky action RPGs. It's nice that this song randomly came on for the 40th anniversary, right? For Zelda. I always wanted to try this game. Stranger of Sword City. It's one of those dungeon crawlers that I love to try once in a while. Unit 13. Rest in peace, Zipper. Last game they ever released, I think. Yeah, this is the last one. Zipper, developers for SOCOM. RIP SOCOM. At least I had the opportunity to play this online when it first came out. Unit 13 was a pretty good game. It wasn't quite SOCOM, but it was... It had the DNA. Yeah, so many people are going to be playing Pokemon in the coming days. But if you want to watch, if I'm streaming it, it'll be the first time I've ever played it, so at least that'll be interesting to watch, right? It's one thing to watch someone play that for the first time, or like for their 5th playthrough, but I'm curious to see what I think about it after all these years. Is it the best definitive version that I've been missing out on all this time? I played Freedom Wars when it came out, but man, my memory of that is so vague. I must not have stuck with it for long. I actually bought the limited edition for Super Beat Sonic. I remember you had to like jump online to pre-order this because it only had like 1,000 made, so you had to be really quick. So it's pretty rare. It's a pretty rare version. I think I sold it years ago though. I don't think I have it anymore. Pretty sure, because it was worth a few $100, and I'm like, man, I can do without this thing. It was when I was purging a lot of my limited editions. This is one of the last limited editions I bought. I bought this, like the US version of this, I believe. I think? I don't know, there's like a million of these freaking Hyperdimension games, but I bought one of these. Let me see if I see the back of the box. Of course, it's the Japanese version, so they're only going to show the characters. It was like an action game or something. I can't even remember. So many of those games. It was like one of the only Hyperdimension games I ever played. I didn't play many of those. Yeah, I've never played Leaf Green or Fire Red. I somehow didn't play them when they came out. This one. This is the one I'm thinking of, I believe. Noir. Oh, this was a strategy RPG. If I remember right, this was okay. Saran Kagura. No, I'm pretty sure I played a Hyperdimension game that was more action-oriented. This was a fun game. You know what the craziest thing is, by the way? I think my review for this on YouTube is like one of my most viewed videos of all time, if I remember it. I forget what the English name was for this. It wasn't Dark Quest. But back then, not a lot of people were doing reviews for Vita games. So the algorithm, well, there was no algorithm at the time. It just went crazy. Because pretty much anybody that went on YouTube and looked for a review of this game found my video, because it was like the only review on there. I forget how many views it racked up, but it was a lot. It was like a cheap Diablo kind of game. Right, like a Baldur's Gate kind of Diablo action RPG. Very generic, but it was fun. It was alright. Dungeon Hunter. Yep, that's what it's called right there. Thank you. Dungeon Hunter Alliance. Let me see how many... I'm actually curious to see what that ended up getting. Made the video in 2012. Oh, okay, no, I might have been confusing it with another one, but heck, the views on it were still pretty impressive. 169,000 views on my review for this freaking game. Here, I'll post a link if you're curious to see what it looks like. Back then, you had to capture the gameplay off the Vita. I mean, you still kind of do. Unless you're using the PS TV, which didn't exist when the Vita came out. But you had to capture it directly off the screen. I thought I did a decent job picking up the gameplay. I'm actually I'm looking at my own review right now just to remind myself what this game looks like. Yeah, you play online too, which was cool. Yeah, you get the gear drops, more rare gear. Yeah, pretty standard stuff. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, the top... Well, I made that Vita list when no top 10s existed for Vita, pretty much. So that was another thing. Pretty much anybody that searched, like, top anything Vita, that video would have came up back in the day. That video was so heavily promoted that if you went on... I remember I was at my friend's house, and if you went on the app, the YouTube app on Xbox, that was, like, one of the... most, like, they promoted that on the homepage, essentially on the app for YouTube, and that was him not signed in, so it wasn't like using. There was no algorithm in that way back then. It was just that video is. I just thought it was hilarious how on the Xbox they were promoting PlayStation games on the YouTube homepage. Yeah, at the time, you'd find nobody crazy enough to make a top 10 for the launch of the Vita. So it definitely, it got some traction because of that. Closest I ever came to 1 million views on a video. Never say never, right? But I'm pretty sure that was the one and only shot I had. Who knows if they ever do something with the Vita again that gets it back into people looking on YouTube, and you never know, it can come back up in recommendation boxes. But I highly doubt YouTube is going to be recommending a 15-year-old video. Ugh, Mod Nation Racers. Thank goodness this series died. I hated Mod Nation Racers. I thought they were hideous. And the game felt really bad to control, for me at least. But man, what an ugly IP. Thank goodness it's gone. Hated it. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with Pokemon at all. Yeah. Oh, Ascended Heroes. Is that the one where everybody was mad because Dragonite has wings on its head? Is that the new set, Frico? I gave up on modern Pokemon, boy. It's just too... You can't find that anywhere. It's ridiculous. If I was still able to walk into Target or Walmart and actually just find it there, like blister packs or something, I'd probably still get some here or there. But it's impossible. I haven't been able to find anything for years. It's no fun. Pokemon was always the best when it was a little impulse buy at the checkout line. This is the version of Criminal Girls I had. Yeah, the first game with the limited edition, I believe. No, this is invite only. No, I didn't have this one. Or did I? Is invite only the first one, or is that like, I don't even remember. Criminal Girls, I do not recommend it. It's just a terrible RPG. The gameplay is just literally play any other RPG. Nope, you are the first person, Scott, to ever say I look like Jonathan Davis. Nah, you're about the 100th, maybe 200th person. Actually, probably more than that at this point. Don't get it as much anymore these days, because, you know, I cut my hair a bit. Yeah, back in the earlier YouTube days, yeah, it's pretty common. Gravity Rush is definitely worth playing. Oh, wow. Some of these collector's editions are really expensive for Vita now. I remember debating getting this one. This cover was always so weird to me because every time I looked at it, it looked like she's pregnant. But it's just like her hands are in her pockets. But I could never unsee it. And now that you guys see it, you're never going to unsee it either. No Surge. Hey, thanks, Sturdy. 40 2-month resub. Any RPG over Criminal Girls? Yeah, I'd probably recommend a Kemco game over it. It was a pretty bad game. Pretty bad. Beat is always hard to search for because it's just filled with all this kind of stuff, you know? Just so many Japanese only releases. Street Supremacy. Tokyo Extreme Racer predecessor. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this. Cool cover. Looks impressive for a PSP game. Yeah, I have no idea who that even is. There was some drummer from one of the bands back then too that looked like me. What the hell band was it? I used to remember. DT Carnage. It's a lot of little racing games on here I haven't really looked into. Oh, I'm so excited for that new Star Wars racing game, by the way. Man, it's going to be so good. Some of the details came out in terms of like how it's going to play. It sounds amazing. Looks like it's shaping up to be really good. It's made by like ex-Burnout devs and what was the other one? I think some Sumo Digital. I can't remember, but essentially the developers know what they're doing. Pretty much like everything you want. They said it's not a live service game. Full game out of the box, day one. It's going to have multiple boost gauges. And when you go into like the overdrive boost, that's when you can take down other cars. I don't know why this is playing right now, but apparently it's probably a remix of the Super Nintendo version. Yeah, you can like get out of your vehicle and like talk to other racers and stuff. They said there's a full-fledged single-player campaign. Sounds like it's in good hands. I think that game's going to be crazy good. It's definitely become one of my most anticipated games this year. I've always been interested in this Wild Arms game, but man, it's a long game. Wild Arms XF. It's super long. It's mostly just because of YouTube multi-streaming. Because you run into a lot of copyright issues on YouTube with that music. Geronimo Stilton. UK import. Please tell me this is like a platformer. Looks cool. I'm not familiar with it. See if someone shows the box. Back of the box. Oh, this person's taking it a step further. Oh, is this a Professor Layton knockoff? It totally is. Looks like it. Look at that art on the manual. $500 hours in Arc Raiders, yeah. That's the reason I kind of pulled myself away from that game. Because everybody that plays it seems to only play Arc Raiders. Because it's the kind of game that you gotta play a lot. And I could have easily been pulled into that game. It was cool, I really enjoyed what I played. I'm glad I played it to understand what kind of game it is. But, you know, when I'm streaming, I gotta be really careful about getting into something like that. Because it's not a good streaming game. You don't want to become addicted to something like that, because, you know, people get sick of watching Arc Raiders. So that is definitely like a downside, right? Like, can't get pulled into something like that too heavily. $28 days later, UMD. It's pretty expensive for a UMD. It's sealed. Rocket League, yeah, Rocket League's another one. I really try to avoid those games that are like life-consuming for people. Yeah, I feel like we're due for a new Twisted Metal, but don't forget they canceled the last Twisted Metal that was being worked on. So, it's not looking good. Harvest Moon Boy and Girl. I forget, is this like a port of Back to Nature or something, or is this its own thing? Looks like Back to Nature port, right? Sure looks like it. Do you choose between Destiny or Fate? I love Harvest Moon games. They're just so simple. No, eBay streams do fine. It's just the, you know, my gameplay streams. You don't want to publish those streams every time I do one. That negatively hurts it. Let's do PS1. This is the one, if you have a kid as the boy, the game continues, but if you're a girl, the game ends. Sounds like a fun Harvest Moon. Sounds like a fun speedrun. Labor percent. Have the kid. Credits roll. But is that like a straight up... Is that a port of Back to Nature, or is it a completely different, like standalone Harvest Moon? Silent Hill F for me at the end was like a 7 out of 10. I thought it started out pretty strongly. The opening hours were probably the best part of the game. And I'm not going to get into the spoilers of it because I'm sure there's still people out there that need to play it, but let's just say when the game gets crazy. I thought it was neat, but I didn't like a lot of the designs of that area of the game. Very repetitive, very uninspired level designs. I played the unpatched version, so they made changes afterwards that tightened up some of my biggest complaints with the game towards the end when you encounter like a ton of enemies. So they did fix some of those problems. But that doesn't fix the overall problems with the game entirely. It didn't feel very Silent Hill. It was just like, if I just view it as a standalone action horror game, it was fine. But yeah, not something I'd play again anytime soon. I sold my copy. I got rid of it. Oh my god, I'm not touching this anytime soon. Especially the story sucked. Any game that makes you beat it like 3 times to actually get the full story is ridiculous. And that game ain't short. It's not exactly the kind of game you want to pick up immediately after and play again to get the rest of the story. Yeah, boy or girl, and it's one of your favorites. Yeah, I gotta play more Harvest Moon games. My problem with Harvest Moon is anytime I feel like playing Harvest Moon, I always just default to the ones that I've already played. Because I love them so much. Say, Harvest Moon 64, Saves the Homeland, Back to Nature, something like that. I have a really hard time playing a new one that I haven't done yet. That's my biggest problem with Harvest Moon. I especially love Saves the Homeland. I don't know what it is about. I feel like I'm like the only person on planet Earth that's my favorite Harvest Moon. I don't know what it is about that game. And that's a very divisive game in the series. People tend to hate it. Because it's very non-traditional. Yeah, I can see myself doing Harvest Moon 64 again. Or the original. I haven't done the original in a very, very long time. I played that on the eShop WiiWare when they had that. It's just so much easier for me to play Harvest Moon games than like the more modern farming games. The more modern farming games just have so many gimmicks and things going on. I just want to farm, milk my damn cows, and make money. That's it. And that's what Harvest Moon is. I don't need anything else. Yeah, even Rune Factory is a little much for me. I struggled to get into the DS one. and then I played Rune Factory 3 when that came out. I still struggled to get into that. I played Frontiers on the Wii. That one was okay, but I was probably just very desperate for some new exciting thing to play on the Wii. And then I played the most recent one, and I just can't... I much prefer my farming games and not have combat. Really. Like, I just want to keep it to the essentials. I also... Something else very important for me with farming games, I don't want quality of life. I want to break my ass to harvest the crops and to feed the animals. I don't want some sprinkler that's going to water everything in 2 seconds. I want to have to put in the work to get the crops, take care of the animals, get the money. I hate the quality of life stuff these days. It's like you wake up, it's like, oh, you press one button and the whole farm is taken care of. It's like, no, I want to be sitting there praying for a rainy day so I have time to do something other than water my crops. I want it to be grueling and difficult. That's another thing I don't like about new farming games. I haven't done Sakuna. I'm just very traditional. Like, I just really like Harvest Moon, and that's about it. It's very hard for me to get into newer farming games. Can't say I've tried a ton of them, but that's because I know they're not going to be for me. Someone wants 90 for Manhunt. Yeah, the Punisher is getting expensive. This is like $100 now, practically. This is an interesting game. If you like PS2 action games, Eve of Extinction, I kind of enjoyed what I played of this game. I don't remember hating it. I do remember the platforming being really bad, though. I remember getting stuck in a level, if I remember right. Having to jump around. No, I didn't play Innocent Life specifically for those reasons. Not only that, but I think the aesthetic of Innocent Life is terrible. I don't like that futuristic appeal to it with the machines and stuff. I feel like Mojo is that PS2 game that you see everywhere. It's in like every lot ever, but nobody has ever played it. Right? You've all seen Mojo, but you've never played it. Robot Warlords. Let's see what we got here. Well, shipping's reasonable. Honestly, for the amount of games you get, I guess their price is kind of fair. Not all of them are sports games. I'm not sure I do streams of farming games anytime soon. Other than Harvest Moon. Or other older farming games. 3DS collecting. I mean, I don't actively look for 3DS stuff. It just seems like the consoles right now are the hard thing to get. The games are... You know, you're going to have your rare games that everybody wants, the RPGs and stuff, but... From what I see when I scroll by 3DS games, it seems like for the most part it's not too expensive. It's just those lower print run Japanese RPGs and stuff that are pricey. Which is pretty much every console. I look forward to finally being able to try the next Suffering game now that I beat the first one. Which was enjoyable. It was good. Very atmospheric game. Crazy lighting. Really good looking game. Well, you should play some RPG Maker then, Narton. The whole game is a level maker. Make your own game. Look, a Hollywood video copy of The Suffering for only $9.99. Oh, I don't plan on fixing my PS2. I'm just using my fat PS2. The Slims, they're just gonna be dead. Tired of the damn Slims, they're too unreliable. The only ones I'd have to try and get fixed are the PAL and the Japanese PS2s, because I wouldn't want to have to replace those. No, yeah, the fat one's fine. You probably remember me mentioning the GameCube. GameCube, I still gotta clean the damn laser again. If I clean it again and it still freezes, then... I don't know. Then it's something else. Wow, what a different cover. Look at Australia's cover compared to the one we got in the US. I wonder which one would have sold better here. Seven Sins. Wonder if I can stream this on Kick. I've always wanted to stream this game. I'm not sure it would fly on Twitch. Oh my god. Look at this mini game here. Those are analog sticks for PS2. Yeah, it's quite the game. About Legend of the River King for Game Boy. I haven't played the Game Boy one, but I played the one that's on PS2, and that's a pretty fun game. Pretty underrated. Yeah, the downside is you gotta hook up a Wii with a motion sensor, and then also get worse video output. For me, a lot of it has to do with it's really hard to get good video and audio quality out of a Wii for like streaming compared to my GameCube has HDMI output. The Wii is always going to be worse video audio wise. Plus for Skies of Arcadia, the audio is already compressed enough. Like the HDMI adapters that are out there use pretty bad audio output. It's going to sound really terrible. It's going to have like crackling and like audio issues. Well, Skies of Arcadia's GameCube. So, we'd have to do Wii. I have never played a Buzz game, no. Those games are overprinted to hell, though. So many of those games. To me, whenever I saw them, they were just sitting on store shelves. Nobody ever... I shouldn't say nobody ever bought them. They actually did sell, but tons of those games out there. So I see so many of them. I always wanted to try this game, Wrath Unleashed. Have any of you played this? I just feel like this just looks like the kind of game I would love these days. I could swear I had this on Xbox. Maybe I did, I don't know, but I don't remember playing it. It just looks good. Hex-based turn battle board, and then you enter into a fight arena. Like, do you physically control the monster like it's a fighting game? Remember me? Nope, because I still gotta play you. Is this an action game or is it completely different? I never really looked into it much. Doesn't sound like it. Action with sequences that aren't action at all. Yeah, I never really looked into it. Amped is really fun. This is a great launch game. It was just visually impressive. I remember just the draw distance, being able to see so far in front of you, where you'd be able to snowboard. Hard to appreciate a game like this now, because we kind of take that stuff for granted, but at the time, it's a very nice looking game. Not sure the humor and everything would age all that great in that game now. It's kind of very silly. Never played Dark Void, that's another one. There's a lot of these 360 action era games I still haven't played. If I remember right, it's supposed to have pretty bad frame rate. Still gotta play Afro Samurai. It's the great thing. Never run out of things to play. Even if modern games cease to exist, I'd be okay with it, because man, there's just so many games from the golden age back here that I still gotta play. I think we looked at that. Like Sleeping Dogs. Saw some gameplay for that a few weeks ago. Like seeing it for the first time since it came out, and I'm like, wow, this game really looks amazing. The animations they were doing were just better than most games coming out now. It's a decent 360 lot. $10 a game. You're not getting anything too spectacular. Darksiders 1 and 2, Nier, Vesperia, Star Ocean, Dragon Age 1 and 2. $5 shipping, pretty reasonable. Games seem to be fully complete. Not bad. They got a PS2 RPG lot, which is also not bad. Unlimited. I mean, of course, the games that are in there are pretty standard, but La Pucelle Tactics, Summoner, Unlimited Saga, Wild Arms 3, and Greatest Hits Xenosaga. Reasonably priced for sure. I'll link the seller for you guys. I don't go to game stores. If I need something, it's usually something I'm just gonna buy online. I'm looking to get the best deal. I'm not looking to overpay at a game store. Hello, Amberg. Yeah, I mean, it really depends where you're from. Game stores in my area are... You're not getting a deal. You go to a game store just because, you know, you want the experience of going to a game store to buy something. But these days, I'm just too lazy to be going into a game store. Whatever I want to just buy online. Go to conventions. Conventions are fun, but not a game store. Because my taste in games, it's so specific. The kind of things I want, I gotta pretty much buy online anyway. Collecting weird stuff now. Yeah, if you're collecting the weird stuff, online's gonna be good. Sonic 3 pens. I can kind of like visualize what ones you're talking about. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Harry, bro? It was a good game. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I kind of remember that. Didn't you include a note? Yeah, I enjoyed Tormented Souls. Had some aggravating puzzles. Navigation in that game is also driving me up the wall a little bit. But I enjoyed it. I wish the second game wasn't so long. What's this? A Wii lot that doesn't look half bad? What's in here? Oh, it's a bunch of everything. Manhunt, Resident Evil, Umbrella Chronicles. You're pretty much getting this for Manhunt 2, probably. Well, then again, the Wii version ain't that expensive. Pikmin. Left 4 Dead 2 is kind of pricey these days. Some GameCube games. It's not bad, but it's not over for 4 days. UFO 50? Yeah, I haven't picked it up. Yeah, I'm sure I'll stream it at some point this year. It's not something I'm looking to do this very moment. I'm playing a lot of other things currently. Trying to get better at finishing the things I'm playing before moving on to something else. How are you enjoying Resident Evil 0? How are you finding the inventory management in that game? I hear that's the worst part of the game. It's the one thing that keeps me away. That's a pretty good price for Splatterhouse. It's in Canada though, so shipping's a little high. But still, 40 bucks. If you're in Canada, it's probably not a bad deal. 40 bucks, make an offer. This one here is resurfaced, disc only, no manual. This is actually pretty solid for Splatterhouse. I'll link the seller. And they have Bullet Witch. I think the one thing I'd like about Resident Evil 0 is the pre-rendered backgrounds, and I don't think I'd like anything else, sadly. I mean, it's potentially I'd like it because you have an AI companion, right? But I feel like I'd hate that when they expect you to swap between them and control, like, swap from one character to the other to, like, go back and forth between places. I definitely hate that, and I would hate the inventory management. Other than that, I think I'd really like. You always have another person around. Yeah, I think that's the one thing I would kind of like about it. But swapping for puzzles doesn't sound fun. So how does it work, though, with the AI? If they shoot their gun, is it using your ammo? So can you get mad at the AI because they're essentially wasting ammo? Is that a thing? They have their own ammo. But do you have to stock it, or do they essentially just have, like, infinite ammo? It's not infinite, okay. But, like, they could still essentially waste their ammo, though, right? Like, can you be like, darn, stop wasting the handgun ammo? Or are they generally pretty good about shooting what they want to hit? Oh, it sounds intriguing. Sure, one of these Octobers I'll try it eventually. I really, really, really need to play 13.2 at some point. I told you guys this year is going to be the year of I'm going to be playing a lot of RPGs this year. Because I still have never played Lightning Returns because 13.2 is a roadblock for me. Since I was originally not the biggest fan of this game. Never finished it. I feel like I'd come around to it now, though. I just really want to power through it so I can play Lightning Returns. I feel like this X-Men game continues to get cheaper and cheaper. It's almost like the more they show off about the new Wolverine, the cheaper it gets. Oh, that's something. $45 shipped is pretty good for this. Complete. That is a pretty good price. Amazing disc condition. This feels like the listing they get if you were looking for this game. I'll link the seller. Because I think on average it's still more towards like $55, $60. I think a 13 trilogy remake is coming. Something 13 has got to be coming. I don't know what though. It just feels like they've been sitting on it too long. Now, of course, we can play the 360 version on a Series X, but that's not exactly accessible for everybody, right? They need something that they can put on Steam, or I don't know. It feels like we need something from 13. You know what the crazy part is, by the way? I don't know how many of you know this. In Japan, they took like a survey. 13 is Japan's favorite Final Fantasy game. Isn't that crazy? Forget where I saw that. I think it was 13. Or was it 10? 13 was really high up there, though. It was above, like, some of the older ones, which is wild. But I'm pretty sure it was 13. Might be worth waiting to play 13 too. Yeah. Yeah, but who knows? Maybe they never do anything with it. Oh yeah, for people that don't know, but we discovered this last week, Need for Speed Most Wanted is now like over $100 for 360. Isn't that wild launch game? It was like $40-50 for a very long time. Last couple months it's pretty much doubled. Not doubled, it's been like it's been slowly creeping up, but it feels like it went over that. When it was like $60, it just suddenly went from like 60 to 100. Is Ever Crisis worth playing? The new one? Yeah, it's worth playing. It's fun. Oh wait, Ever Crisis? You mean the gotcha? Oh, that one. I was confused. Sorry, I completely misread it. I played Ever Crisis quite a bit, and Harmonious Echo played the hell out of that game, so he can probably tell you. I don't know. He might even still be. Legend has it he may still be playing it to this day. Are you still playing that, or did you give up on it? I would still recommend Ever Crisis. I enjoyed it. It's got some really fun, unique story scenarios, and it is canon. So if you want to see like young Sephiroth, you want to see like some of the soldier people that are brand new for that game, it's really not bad. The single player stuff in that, like the story missions, they're fun enough. Is it a mobile gacha game? Yeah, but you can get through that game without, spending money. It's pretty, at least when I was playing it, it was pretty straightforward. You can definitely just play it for the story segments and not worry about anything else. I don't know how it is now with free to play, but I'm sure it's fine. It's got great music. The graphics are good. I mean, it's not as bad as you would think. They just ended Crisis Core and started Dirge of Cerberus. Oh, interesting. Let me know how the Dirge of Cerberus stuff is. Yeah, I like the little recap things they did. Yeah, I was really busy playing that. I mean, I was making YouTube videos for that game and everything, but then I got sick and I didn't feel like playing the game anymore. And when you take a week or so off from playing a gacha game, I was like, you know what? It's probably better if I just stopped playing. Let's use this opportunity to not become addicted to this game and just say I played it and had fun with it and move on. Did I ever finish Dark Cloud 2? No. That game is... I don't love it as much as Dark Cloud 1. I tried it again about 2 years ago, and I made it further than I ever made it. I really love the environments. I'll give Dark Cloud 2 that. It definitely has better looking dungeons. But the reason I like 1 more is just nostalgia is very strong. I just loved playing that game back in the day. I like it for its simplicity. I prefer the simplicity. I like that the game is just more streamlined than 2. 2 has a lot of gimmicks going on. What an ugly watch, by the way. A bonus slap watch? That's so funny. It's not even Harvest Moon branded. What the hell? You see this? They legit just include a snap watch with no Harvest Moon branding. That's something. Yeah, I don't like Speeda. I don't like the what the hell, whatever the mech was called. I don't like that. I don't like all the picture taking, like the inventing. I like Dark Cloud 1 because the music is amazing. It's just so cozy. It's way cozier than the second game, in my opinion. And I just like how simple it is. Less bells and whistles. That's just pretty much why. Which I know is why a lot of people prefer the second one, because it's just kind of... It's a more full-fledged experience, but... I don't know, I just can't get into it as much as the first game. I don't like the character designs as much. I don't like the proportions on them. Like, I just prefer the look of the characters and everything in the first game. I like that the story is simpler and less of a focus in the first game as well. It's just... Okay, here's the thing. Dark Cloud 1 is just like a straight-up roguelike. Dark Cloud 2 is a roguelike with a bunch of extra features that I don't care for. So I just like how Dark Cloud 1 is just more straightforward in what it is. Wow, look at this. Head-to-head Wii bundle. I don't think I've ever seen that before. You get a black Wii, 2 nunchucks, 2 Wii remotes, Wii Sports Resort, Mario Kart Wii with wheel, an additional wheel, plus a bonus 25th anniversary cinch bag. Wow. It's funny that they gave you the Mario bag, but not the game. They're like, now go out and buy it. You get the bag, but no game. Never saw that. Yeah, I'm excited for Fire Red and Leaf Green. I think the $20 is fine. I prefer that over them releasing it on Switch Online and you don't have ownership of the game. So, I think 20 bucks is reasonable. They could have made it 30. People would have still bought it at 30. So I guess $20 isn't too bad. Sonic and the Black Knight. I don't like it as much as Secret Rings. But I didn't hate Black Knight. I really didn't. I wasn't the biggest fan of Secret Rings when it came out, but when Black Knight came out, I actually kind of liked it, because at that point, I just kind of accepted that the Wii Sonic games were just so goofy. So I didn't take it serious. After playing Secret Rings, I was like, alright, I know what I'm getting into. I didn't take it seriously. I pretty much accepted it for what it is, which is a on-rails arcade beat-em-up. And I was kind of okay with it, because it was just so weird. Plus that game, the one thing Black Knight does a little better than Secret Rings is it allows you to be a little more waggle heavy, because there's so much combat in that game where you're just kind of like fighting stuff. So it's a little easier to get away with the motion controls in Black Knight than Secret Ring. I personally think the storybook Wii games are pretty underrated for Sonic. I kind of miss those fun little spin-offs for Sonic series. And look, because it always happens, there's Secret Rings. It's like the third time it happened tonight. Trial version. Japan version. Yeah, it was very easy to be disappointed by Secret Rings because, don't forget, by the time this game came out, we were only used to getting normal Sonic games, right? Like 3D Sonic games, full control, full movement. So Secret Rings is like a slap in the face because it was on rails with motion controls, but really as the years have gone on, I've really appreciated the game a lot more. But yes, it was very easy to be disappointed by it at the time. I mean, who wasn't? I didn't know anybody that liked that game when it first came out. Well, with that new Switch 2 version that or the update that they did for New Horizons, it looks pretty tempting for people to get back into. Well, that's the thing that I find fun about Secret Rings. The on-rails element really makes that game stand out now. I guess the reason it's easier for me to think that way now is back then it was pretty much like we expected more open environments, right? And it was disappointing to go back in time. It's like, wait, we're getting on rails? This is weird. But now, because we don't really get on rails games like that anymore, Secret Rings is almost like a Crash Bandicoot game. So if you think of it from that perspective, it's like a very old school arcadey feeling platformer. And we almost never get anything like that anymore. So that's why I think I really have a more of an affinity for it now. What the heck is that? I don't think I've ever seen this. Smart Series presents Zsa Zsa's Adventure. What the heck is this? Let's Go Fishing? I've never seen this game, I don't think. Huh. Anybody ever play this? Looks like it's a game made for co-op though, unfortunately. A 360 game I'd recommend above any other. It's hard to go through everything I played all at once in my head. I think Lost Odyssey is a safe bet, but I'm pretty biased when it comes to certain games that like I just love, like Ridge Racer 6. I just really feel like there's a lot of people out there that played Ridge Racer 7 and said, well, what's the point of playing Ridge Racer 6 then? No, you should still definitely play Ridge Racer 6. That's why I always like recommending that game, because people just feel like 7's the superior one. But no, 6 is. Chuck E. Cheese Wii game. Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah, I've never played it. Since your name is literally Chuck E. Cheese, we will search for Chuck E. Cheese on Wii. It's just... I guess it makes sense that it's a party game, right? How cool would it have been, though, if there was a Chuck E. Cheese, like, simulator where you build your own Chuck E. Cheese and manage the minigames? I still got a Chuck E. Cheese by me, but, you know, all Chuck E. Cheeses at this point have been turned into nothing but gambling places. I think they've taken out most of the traditional games, and now it's just all, like, ticket redemption gambling machines. I used to love Chuck E. Cheese. For the longest time, I saved up tickets for winning, like, the games, and I was gonna save them up and, like, turn it in for something big, and I never did. Never used any of my tickets. Had a ton of them. And I got almost all of my tickets through one game. I can never remember the name of it, but every time I describe it, people know what I'm talking about. You know the one with the light? It's just a light that spins around, and it's got, like, 4 places where 4 different people can stand. It's just a light, and you gotta press the button to stop the light, like, directly on that middle light. You know what I mean? You've seen it before. Because I guess because I played a lot of video games, my hand-eye coordination was very good, and my machine was not rigged. It was definitely like a skill-intensive one. I know some of those machines now are rigged where you go to stop it and it just never, you know, it'll always move it over to the next one. But mine was not rigged. So if you were skilled, you can win on it. And I used to win on that machine so much that, like, they'd have to come over and stock the tickets because it would run out. That's how I got my tickets. That one game, I didn't care about anything else. Vault of something. Yeah, let me see. Let me see if I can... Vault Light. Circles of Light? Is that the name of it? No. I don't know. No, that's not it. This is the old school one. You know what I'm talking about. Where it would have the actual light bulbs that light up. IRL arcade stream. I would do an IRL stream at like round 5, but that place is expensive as hell. Also, I think my internet connection in there is not the greatest. But man, the crane games and stuff. Yeah, round 1. The crane games in there are... And they are not cheap. That's a reasonably priced game. If I ever see this in the wild, and I don't think I would order it online, but if I ever saw it, I would pick it up. Oh, what is this? Chuck E. Cheese Super Collection. Wait, there's a second Chuck E. Cheese game? Oh wow, there must be. Rare. $95. Interesting. Yeah, round 1 stream would be fun, but a lot of his music rhythm games, and that's kind of hard to stream because it's like the camera would be bouncing all over the place. Oh, thanks, Old Maniacal. Thanks for the bits. The staggering of bits, what the heck? Hold on. My alerts on this thing are like... I don't know what it is. I gotta like... Something's wrong with my Stream Elements, Streamlabs. But thanks so much, Maniacal. I've never seen somebody do bits like that before. You were definitely the first. In all my years of streaming. 550, 100, 250. Oh, that's no problem. Appreciate it very much. Now, I don't know if this thing is telling me this right. Random perspective. It's showing me that you just subscribed, right? I'm assuming that means membership. I'm getting used to this like notification thing. So even though it wasn't pushed forward into the chat, I'm just curious if that's what this means here. I can't tell, or unless that's a follow? Oh no, that's a follow. Okay. It's weird because it's telling me a follow here, and then on this other thing it says a subscription. Because follows are not a thing. I'm using like some new chat stuff that tells me notifications. That's why I was confused. One of them said followed, then the other one says subscription, so I'm like, I was confused. But thank you, appreciate it. Oh, I don't collect plushies, yeah. I actually looked at, believe it or not, I looked at Chuck E. Cheese on this stream. Not that long ago. Like a month or two ago. Somebody else had me look up old vintage Chuck E. Cheese stuff. It was pretty cool to look at, though. I don't typically play basketball, but when I do, it would be with this 1993 Sonic the Hedgehog basketball hoop. It's the type that you just like throw a crumpled up piece of paper into. You have about 80 plushies that are Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, I think it's cool that Chuck E. Cheese collectors still exist. I know the fan base for that you guys are pretty hardcore, and I respect it. Oh my god, you hit the Area B1. Not exactly a secret bit notification, but it's been a bit since we heard it. I miss Lifeline Boy. Thank you very much, Maniacal. Thanks for the 500 B1 bits. Oh, what the heck? Man, Maniacal's here reminding me that I apparently still have October notifications activated for bits, because I haven't heard 1,000 bits since October, apparently. Alright, so here's some Splatterhouse notification. Hey, thanks so much, Maniacal. Very generous of you. Calm down now, though. Calm down. Maniacal's going maniacal, apparently. I think the way I structured them is the more it is, like, the longer it is or something. I don't remember what the heck tiers I had for it. Yeah, honestly, seeing bits, it's not a common thing as much these days, so I appreciate that. I still love bits. I think bits is definitely one of the best things that Twitch ever did. In terms of, like, a feature that they never axed. Like all their other features. 4,000 bits? Oh my god. That's probably the most bits I have received in years. Not gonna lie. What you've given tonight, so thank you so much, Maniacal. Yeah, bits used to be a huge kind of part of Twitch. I feel like you see them less and less these days. Not just on my channel, but like everybody's channels. I think bits are still pretty cool. Especially because of the badge, right? Like, everybody loves leveling up their badge. I'm sure that has definitely leveled yours up. You're celebrating the shoes. They were good-looking shoes. I might have to look into those. Something similar. I gotta get some new shoes. I need something lightweight. Lightweight that isn't flat-footed. That bothers my foot. But thanks so much. Means a lot. Oh, you got the blue badge. I gotta really update my bit badges. I mean, I like the badge because that's, you know, that's the R from Sonic R. But that's when I was doing a ton of speedrunning for Sonic R. I feel like I gotta find something else. Just something that's a little more, you know. Because a lot of people probably look at that and they're like, wait, what? Why is there an R? Oh my goodness. When you said you had a bit left, I thought you literally meant a bit. Like 1 bit. Maniacal. Thank you for making tonight's eBay stream a little extra special. Really, really appreciate that. Old Maniacal is definitely very excited for those shoes. No, yeah, it's understandable, Narton. Bits are, it's just a fun way to, like, you know, you use them and you still get, like, a little memento out of it. Right? So, like, it's like you pay a little extra to have that privilege to have the little badge. The one thing I've always liked about Twitch is their badge system. I've always been a fan of how they handle, like, the evolving badges. I'm still kind of mad they got rid of Moments badges. I actually kind of liked Moments. I thought that was a neat idea. That was when, like, if you were in the stream when something happens, and I'm like, okay, everybody that's here gets a moment, and then, like, it would keep track of how many moments you were in a stream for, and then you would have a badge that would evolve based on how many moments you were present for. I thought that was a kind of, say I'm doing a speed run and I get a world record or something. I'm like, oh, this is an awesome moment. And I click like, okay, make this a moment. You're only able to do them like a few times a month. I thought that was a great idea, but they got rid of it. Oh, you got the red badge now. All right, there you go. I was going to say, they should be giving you the red one. It's updating in real time. The red one's cool, because that's what the Sonic R logo actually looks like. I don't know what I would change my bit badge to, though. I don't know, I mean, the icon's so small, it's like, it's hard to think of something meaningful that you can make out what it is. Hello, Mushroom. We found some pretty good auctions earlier in the night, yeah. Nothing. I mean, that's typically how it goes for eBay streams. The earlier in the night, the better the deals, because eventually things get so late at night, no one's really listing much. Oh, look, a Shadow the Hedgehog beanie. I would definitely buy that if it wasn't $180. Still got the tag. Actually, whoa, what the hell? My god. All of a sudden I just see a sea of red notifications here. Maniacal, 10 gifted subs going out tonight. Hooking up the lurkers. I'm seeing a lot of lurkers and long timers getting hooked up there, so thank you very much, Maniacal. Absolutely on a rampage. Hey, thanks, Hyper Spiky. Thank you for popping in. I do these eBay streams every week, so... Well, I stream games during the weekday, but every Saturday. Sometimes Sundays you'll find me doing my eBay streams. I've been very gracious with the YouTube algorithm lately. I get a handful of new subscribers every time I do an eBay stream, which means eBay's doing its thing, right? Like, they're recommending it out to new people, which is always nice. It's always good to get fresh blood, you know? Eventually everybody's got to find their first D on eBay with me, right? You know, by the time you guys see your 100th D in my eBay streams, it's like, oh yeah, there's another D. But then you get that one person where they're like, they're like, why is everybody getting all excited over finding D on eBay? But they'll eventually learn. We didn't find one tonight though. The D streak has ended. Seemingly. Wait, gifted to Maniacal. Man, you're telling me that Maniacal did all that without even being subscribed yet? That's crazy. That's some dedication right there. He thought of everybody else before himself. That's so generous. Thanks so much, Chrono. I didn't even notice, I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, no, it's... Watching on Twitch definitely supports me more. Like, if you had to pick, right, if you had to pick between the platforms, Twitch is definitely more supportive than YouTube. Because Twitch... Let's just say that the amount of people that watch on there matters a bit more, because for sponsorships, they don't care what I'm really getting on YouTube. They care more about what I'm getting on Twitch, because that's where the sponsorships are. So like, the better my analytics are on Twitch, the better sponsorships I'll get. But you know, it's like whatever. Watch whatever you prefer. If there's a platform you prefer more to watch on, just pick whatever one you like. Kick, of course, is like even higher than those two because of the way that they pay for. Yeah, they pay you every stream. I can have a stream on Kick where nobody does anything, right? Like no sub or nothing, but I still get paid for it a bit, depending on how many people watch and how long I stream for. Right now it's still very negligible, but like as my Kick stream grows, it starts to add up. Is there a search you want me to do, by the way, Maniacal? Is there like a console or anything you want me to look up? I'm just kind of doing random general searches. Maniacal's like reaching in the back pocket. It's like, oh wait, still got 95 cents. Alright, that's the end of the rampage. Old and Maniacal, thanks so much again. Very, very generous. Help make my night. You collect Neo Geo AES and Pocket. Yeah, that would be... That would be tough to find a deal on that. But, I mean, we could still look for the fun of it. I actually haven't looked up Neo Geo Pocket in a while. Just kind of curious to see what these games are going for. You're working on pocket box variants. Interesting. I can't say I'm too familiar with pocket box variants. Do you mean like clamshell versus cardboard box, or is it more? Is there more to it than that? Is it like actual artwork variant of some sort? Now we're just getting donations left and right here. Thanks, Historic Travels, longtime viewer. You're a maritime YouTuber, and like me to do a challenge that combines maritime and gaming. Play Titanic Adventure Out of Time, a very old spy Titanic game. That does sound very interesting. I've never heard of that. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, it's like FMV, huh? 1996. It's on Steam and GOG. It's got a 9 on Steam. $6. Intrigue and adventure await you. Here, let me show you this. Look through the screenshots because it'll probably hit me with a copyright. I don't want to get it. Been pretty fortunate with no copyrights on these eBay streams lately. So it's like Clue, but on the Titanic. Actually, the renderings look pretty accurate too. There was this really fascinating walking sim that I saw one time where it's just the Titanic and it's a really good recreation of it, and all you do is just walk around it. There's nothing to do, you just literally walk around it. It's kind of creepy looking. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I will keep this in mind. The game itself is an excellent point-and-click adventure. However, this adaptation has a couple of glaring issues that detract from the overall experience. There's a visual bug whereby the image won't sharpen when moving forward or turning right. This means the game looks worse today than on release over 20 years ago. Some of the voice work will cut out and skip during conversations. Please fix these issues and bring this up to the standard it deserves. Alright, so we found the really one disgruntled and upset person out of the tons of other people that seem to like it. Steam reviews. But thank you for the super chat. I will, hold on. I will add that into my wish list so I don't forget. It does look neat. Alright, I got it on there. More so colors. Oh, you mean like... Wait, I never knew that. So you mean... Alright, like this, right? So say there's... maybe one that has like the holographic Neo Geo Pocket Color thing, or... I'm trying to visualize like what the box variants would look like. I wasn't aware that there were box variants like that. More so the colors. Did I try a Broken Sword? The only one I ever played was the Game Boy Advance one, which I bought just because the graphics look cool. Thought the game was pretty boring. Do I wear Depends? I definitely do, yep. Can't do these streams for hours on end without ever getting up without Depends, you know? So is this maybe like a box variant here? Where the color of this line might be different or something? That kind of stuff. You just sniped a cheap copy of Slidstorm on PS2, didn't realize it was missing from your collection. I also still need Slidstorm, I believe. Looks like a fun one. Oh, okay, you're going for the Japanese. Yeah, if you're including Japanese stuff, then I'm sure the box variants are more plentiful. I'm pretty happy with my Neo Geo Pocket Color games. I don't remember exactly how many I have, maybe like 15. But that's a good amount for Neo Geo Pocket Color. Every single game I have on there is fun as hell. I have all US games, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm sure I might have a couple of Japanese games. I do have Evolution, which is by far one of the best games on Neo Geo Pocket Color. But yeah, they're all complete. But a lot of my Neo Geo Pocket Color, I collected that stuff so long ago. Back when the prices were, like everything else I collected when they were affordable. When I had my AES, this was one of the only games I had right here. This is also now one of those archive games. It was cute. It was a cute little platformer. I liked it because it was really colorful. Blues Journey. So how do you collect AES? Do you say to yourself, okay, the next game I want is this, and then you just pretty much wait and try and get the best deal for that you possibly can, or like how do you go about this? Because it seems difficult to collect for. You buy them from people that have no idea about Google prices, okay. So in other words, like, they list them on here and they don't really know what it's worth, and they just try and Google what it's worth, and then they put a really bad price on it for them. Oh, you prefer in person? Wow. Neo Geo AES games in person. That's got to be a rarity. Is that a common thing? Finding people that are selling them in person? I feel like if I ever got into Neo Geo again, it would be CD. Because at least CD, I could put up with the load times. It is what it is. Read the chat during the loading. I would do CD. Because CD games are still... Actually, I'm curious. Let me look this up. I have the CDZ. I actually bought my CDZ. I don't know if any of you remember it. Let's see if there's any hardcore people in here that remember. Does anybody remember how I got my Neo Geo CDZ? Because I'm pretty sure I mentioned it in an old YouTube video. I had to have. Let's see. We'll see who knows their stuff. Zentrack. This is one of the exclusives. Yeah, this is only available in the Neo Geo City. So this is the kind of exciting stuff you have to look forward to if you want a CDZ. There's only like 3 exclusive games. There's not a lot. Yeah, I didn't expect anybody to remember. I got my CDZ at New York Comic Con. And it was when they just opened. This is probably back when they only did Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, they didn't do like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, whatever. It's practically the whole week now. It's crazy. Yeah, they had just opened for the first day. And the first thing I always used to do there is I would just beeline to the vendor area where it's like people that would, not like the big companies, right? The sort of like flea market-y kind of convention area. I have this one. Darn, of course, one of the few CD games I have is one of the cheapest ones, of course, but Last Resort's a good game. And there was a table there where it was somebody that was like entrepreneurial, sort of like he's building a website that was, I don't even remember what the gimmick was. It was sort of like an amateurish eBay kind of thing, but instead of bidding, you would just like outright, I don't even know how to do it, some kind of weird gimmick website. And he brought some of his stuff to sell to kind of like, I have no idea, some weird thing. I remember talking to the guy. But I remember I was shocked because he had the CD. It wasn't like a gaming table. He had gaming stuff, but not everything was video games. And he just had the CDZ sitting under the table. No box, but it was the CDZ. It did lack a controller, if I remember right. But at the time, it didn't matter. I had my AES controller. And I think it was like $70 or something. It was really cheap. So, no more than 100. It definitely wasn't more than 100. But I scooped that up super quick. I mean, I can't remember what I paid for it. But whatever it was, the price was... It was really cheap. And then I had to carry the damn thing around me. Because I went there at the second it opened. So then I had to carry around the CDZ the whole time I was there. So that was kind of a pain, but let me tell you, I found some, not so much anymore, but back in the day, I used to find some really good deals at Comic-Con for video games. Shockingly. Still think my best find besides the CDZ is like this just huge stack of Genesis games I got there one time, complete in box. Once again, same area, went there at the very start of the show. Pretty much used my entire budget that I brought with me to clean this guy out on like their best Sega Genesis games. He was selling them for a friend. So like his friend gave him stuff to sell in his booth. And I guess he priced them for his friend, and the prices were crazy. Super cheap. The CDZ, by the way, just has slightly faster loading time. And a cooler design, in my opinion, compared to the CD. Cross Swords, I do have Cross Swords. Cross Swords 2 is also on here, which was a exclusive. I also wanted to get the Samurai Shodown RPG. And there is a... I forget the name of it, but there is an exclusive CD shoot 'em up. Iron something, I can't remember the name. Super expensive now, of course. That's about it. There's like 4 or 5 exclusive games. I guess if I make old and maniacal mad that I got a CDZ for $100, it prompts him to gift subs in retaliation. Oh, that's his good night. Wow, thanks, Maniacal. Maniacal's good night lullaby is 10 more gift subs. So, if you're lurking, make sure to check and see if you got a sub gift, and remember to thank Maniacal the next time he's here. Thank you, Maniacal. You have a good night. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you for spreading the emotes to the people, and also, more importantly, no ads when they watch my Twitch VODs. I think that's the #1 slept-on feature of subs on Twitch. If you're a VOD watcher, those ads are annoying. I don't even watch people's VODs anymore because the ads are ridiculous. So if you get gifted a sub, they remove ads from my VODs, which is very useful. I don't run ads during my streams. I feel like I'm like the... You know that movie Last Man on Earth or whatever the hell it is? I feel like I'm the last man on Earth that doesn't run ads during my streams. Maybe one of these days I'll change, I don't know. Because sometimes I feel like I'm crazy not doing it. But maybe if I start getting up and taking breaks mid-stream, then it would make sense. Since I never take breaks, which is not very healthy. But thanks, Maniacal. You have a good one. Have a sweet dream. Sweet dreams for all the sub-gifts. Yeah, unfortunately it's on the Twitch side, Zerum. Well, even if I did run ads, the subs wouldn't get them during the stream. But man, I hate ads, but I sometimes really do feel like I'm the only person on Twitch that doesn't run them. It's crazy. Every single stream I go to, it could be someone with 2 viewers. They're like, "All right, guys, sit tight. We got 3 minutes of ads coming up." I'm like, for real? Like, they're literally making like 2 cents. It's not worth it. The only reason they'd want to run ads is because it gets rid of pre-rolls, which I can understand. You run ads because one thing that prevents new people from coming in on Twitch is if you join a stream and you get hit with ads, right? If you run mid-rolls, it removes pre-rolls for new people that come in for an hour. I actually got to start remembering. I keep forgetting. The second I start a Twitch stream, I got to run 3 minutes of ads when no one's even in the stream yet, because then that removes the pre-rolls for an hour. I always forget to do that. These pre-rolls are a pain in the ass, too. I can't tell you how many times I join a stream, and it's like, alright, ad 1 of 9. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I don't need to see what this person's streaming. And then I just back out. I just really hope that Twitch incorporates more less intrusive ads as time goes on. Do I have any crazy card pulls? Oh, I've got plenty, Rico. Yeah, you should definitely go to my trading card game channel. I have a lot of here, I'll put the link in chat. I have a ton of crazy pulls. Oh, sorry. I just linked my Kick channel. It's getting late. My bedtime is typically around this time, just so you know. These days. That should be the link, I hope. Kind of cheap some of these CD games are, though. Neo Geo CD really is like still the most affordable way to get Neo Geo games if you want them in official capacity. The loading sucks, though. The loading does suck. But you better like fighting games, boy, that's for sure. I wouldn't really go for the fighting games. I can care less about that. Or I guess these days, the Evercade carts that they've been coming out with, probably the best deal for Neo Geo stuff. Plus, it's fun. You get a little compilation. coming out with a lot of Neo Geo stuff on Evercade lately. Let's see, the people... Neo Geo Evercade, let's see. Yeah, see, these are still relatively new, so the prices aren't terrible. See, this is what the Neo Geo compilations are. Oh, it sold. Oh, it just ended. This one they give you Metal Slug 3 Twinkle Star Sprites, King of Fighters 97. And 3 other ones that they don't show. Soccer game. Metal Slug, more fighting. Yeah, they got quite a few out already. No, I'd be pretty happy with just the Evercade carts. I'd be happy with these. Oh, this one's got Shock Troopers. Is that Shock Troopers 1 or... I can't really say. I'm pretty sure. It might be the first one that I have on MVS. Oh, it has Sengoku. Man, I always wanted to play that game. Oh, it has Ironclad too. Yeah, this is a good compilation. Yeah, I have I think is Ironclad the one I was thinking of that was CD exclusive? I think that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that's the one I'd go for right there. I didn't know it had Ironclad. Yeah, I wouldn't really need one of these super pockets when I got the alpha. They're neat though. I like the idea behind these. Very approachable, very accessible. Alright, let's do one more search. Let's do an N64 search. That is a nice photo. I don't know what it is. I just really like the composition of this photo. Just something about it. It just looks... It looks like a portrait. You know, like a school photo. They got the... You know how in the school photos they always have you like, alright, turn your shoulders and look this way like you're looking up, you know? Sort of like that with the N64. The first 3D Pokemon game, Pokemon Stadium, $1,250. See, this person just assumes they have something Pokemon is worth a fortune. They are overpricing that by about $1,000. The heck is that? Oh, okay, it's a keychain. I was gonna say, what in the world? What is that? It's like a graveyard. All I'm seeing are N64s that are dissected in like different ways. Oh, I love looking to see what stickers. I love it when consoles or games are loaded with stickers, especially Game Boys. I just like seeing what stickers they slapped on here. Typically, it's always Pokemon. Yep. Armageddon. Now that's a terrible game. I still need to play one day. I love me some bad N64 games, boy. Oh, have any of you played the new Carmageddon, by the way? I forget what it's called, but there's a new Carmageddon out. The only reason I didn't get it yet is because they're asking $40 for it. I think it's digital only. But I was tempted. It looks pretty good. It's like a roguelike card destruction game, which is different. Still waiting for a good priced Pilotwind 64 complete. Somebody, oh my god, are you serious? Alright, these grading games are getting out of hand. Somebody seriously graded a loose cart of Aiden Chronicles. They're like, hello? You do realize it's just a cart, right? What the hell would you grade this for? Play it. Play the damn game. It's not even mint. It's a 7.5. That is the first time I've ever seen a graded cart. Just a cart. That's so wild. I could see if it was the gray one, which is way more rare, but it's not even the gray one. I saw this label and I thought it was the play date for a second. I still gotta think about getting a play date. I completely forgot about that thing for the longest time. I know I would love it, especially because you can easily do like the video out too, so streaming it wouldn't be that bad. Should really think about it. Oh, that's nice. It's pretty rare to see these with the box. Fanny pack. I love how they show it jam-packed with like an N64. You ain't fitting that N64 controller in there. Come on now. There's no way. Yeah, the playdate looks good. I'm sure I'd like it. Yeah, the one with the crank. Super 64. 340 games in one. Nobody tell Nintendo. But I wonder if you actually get 340 games in here. There's got to be a catch. Maybe not. Maybe you never know. Okay, yeah, there's no way they got 340 games in there. Not unless it's like load them off an SD card or something. Clay Fighter is another one I really want to play. I never thought I'd come around the Clay Fighter. But let me tell you, playing Clay Fighter on the Evercade with the arcade controller, man, that was way more fun than I expected it to be. Let's do one more page. Yeah, see now, Clay Fighter is the kind of game I would play. Remember I was talking about how I don't really play fighting games anymore, but Clay Fighter is a great example of something that I would definitely play. That's the kind of stuff I'd play. Color N64. I just have the base version. I don't have any of the... I bought my N64 before they released the colors. So I just got the regular old N64, which is fine by me. I like my consoles to look monochrome. Nice and simple. But anyway, I'm going to get ready to wind down the stream here. Thank you again for an amazing eBay stream. If it's your first time in my eBay stream, I do my eBay streams every Saturday night. Been doing it for years. We pretty much just come and chat about games and hang out. I scroll eBay. If I find anything cool, I post it in chat. That's how my eBay streams go. So thank you to everybody that followed. We've been getting, you know, new followers on all the platforms every eBay stream I do, so it's appreciated. YouTube algorithm doing its thing, and even on Twitch we get some new people. Like I mentioned, I'll mention it here because it's an eBay stream, we have more people watching. I am going to be pretty busy for the next 3 weeks due to grand jury duty. And there's also about to be a big blizzard that's hitting me, so I don't know. That's probably going to stop jury duty for like a day or two, but that won't mean too much. But I'll try and get in as much gaming as I can during the blizzard. So yeah, my streams will be a little sporadic. Shorter than normal, except for weekend streams, obviously. And they'll be a little more random. And there will be more nights where I'm not streaming. So just a heads up, if you don't see as many streams as normal, that should get back to regular mid-March when I'm done. Still want to do some RPG Maker streaming. Like, I've definitely had RPG Maker on my mind. I've been watching a lot of RPG Maker videos, kind of like getting myself in the mindset to work on my RPG more. So, you know, I'll probably be streaming that through the coming weeks here and there. Got to do one and a half more stream. Romeo is a dead man, hopefully soon. And we'll be getting back to Xenosaga on Kick as well. Done 3 streams of that so far, if I remember. Yeah, 3 streams? Yeah, 3 streams of that. So we're making headway through Xenosaga. It's starting to pick up. Xenosaga's starting to get pretty good. But those are exclusive to my Kick stream. Anything else? Oh, that's right. I've been meaning to get this new YouTube video out of, like, showing some of the new stuff that I picked up recently. I've just been so busy. I wanted to get it done this week, but, like, my free time is very limited at the moment. So hopefully, probably the next day where I'm not streaming and I have the energy, I will get this darn video recorded so I can put it up on YouTube. So look for that. It'll be a fun one. Mystery unboxing, pickup video kind of thing. Yeah, old school style. Like we used to do it. But, yeah. That's going to do it for me. I'll see you guys next stream. Tomorrow, Monday, I'm not really, just stay tuned. Make sure you're following me on something, X, Discord, whatever, to get the notifications, or notifications on YouTube or something. You guys have a good night. Thank you again to Old and Maniacal for the maniacal bits and sub gifts tonight. That was really appreciated. And I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.